no abstention. The question is not agreed by each of the two groups of members who are present. I declare the motion as amended negatived.
第四項議員議案提升。
Fourth motion, enhancing the quality and quantity of local tertiary education. Members who wish to speak in the motion debate will please press the request to speak button. I now call upon Dr. Honorable Kenneth CHAN to speak and move the motion. Dr. CHAN. The meeting is now in session. Dr. CHAN. President, I move that the motion as printed on the agenda be passed. President, I'm sure a lot of members and members of the public are aware that I teach in Baptist University as an associate professor on international relationship. I've been with the Baptist University for 15 years. On this particular motion today, I'd like to take the opportunity to discuss with members the issue and urge the administration to take appropriate measures to increase local youngsters' opportunities to receive tertiary education, enhance the quality of local tertiary education, and safeguard academic freedom. President, Mr. Eddie Ng, sitting across from us, the Secretary for Education, is from the human resources sector. He must understand how important human resources are to Hong Kong, and tertiary education would be very important to our knowledge-based economy in Hong Kong. But there is a gap between realization and practice. We can talk about certain things in a grand manner, but when it comes down to practice, we may be very anemic. It would be difficult for us to identify a really influential, a powerful person to sit in his post to address all the problems, conflicts, and challenges. But the education sector doesn't really want to see someone who is not good enough. In my motion, President, I've highlighted a number of measures. Previously, in the past year, we have seen that the tertiary education has made no progress whatsoever under the stewardship of this secretary. The students and the teaching staff are full of grievances. Now we can just pick up a few examples. Leung-sing College, the community college, has been over-enrolling students. There is 1,900 places, but during the double cohort year, at the time when education has become an industry, the university boldly admitted 5,300, 1.8 times more than the quota. For the higher diploma courses, the two colleges under the Leung-sing College have also admitted of the 700 students, 123 of the students didn't fulfill the minimum entry criteria. And this is really an attempt to meet the Great Leap Forward target of 60%. And it is very much an international scandal. In terms of education site, right next to my university, the Wai College site, it is a very controversial site. To this day, this has remained unresolved. I think the problem lies with the Secretary for Education, how he plays the gatekeeping role, how he would plan for the maximum benefits of the education sector. We've also seen a couple of cases involving the teaching staff who were suppressed, boycotted, and being issued with warnings. The tertiary sector has been reminding the Bureau that the the universities may be hiding behind their autonomy, and given your connivance, they have developed a new culture to handle the academic staff and also to deal with all the doubts and queries raised by the board teaching staff, and they have been subject to inhumane and unreasonable treatment as a result. During the budget time, we identified some problems, $480 billion worth of bonus or scholarship has been set aside for 20 students to go overseas to further their studies. There is no discipline specified in the program, and there are so many uncertainties and ambiguities, and I think we all need to have to use the resources to develop our system properly, all the way from kindergarten to tertiary education. Instead of funding students to study overseas, I think it's better for us to strengthen the Institute of Education, and also to bolster the confidence in our education system. At the education panel, we discussed the students with special education needs, and they have to clear so many hurdles. By the time they enter the tertiary institution, they should be given full scholarship. We had the consensus here. The Education Bureau said that it would be only $10,000 instead. On the one hand, we are very concerned about education and the development of education. At the same time, we'd like to attach equal importance to quantity and quality. But what we heard from the Bureau is that the Secretary for Education is very much in the rut. He doesn't have any foresight. He doesn't feel what we feel very strongly about and what is stressing us. We've been urging the academic staff and the undergraduates to not just monitor the administration. Following today's debate, if we still haven't heard any attempt by the Secretary for Education to change tack, to reinvent himself, to have his fingers on the pulse of the sentiments of the people in the academic sector, then I'm sure that on July 1st that there will be a lot of people from the academic circle who will be taking to the street in protest. President, over the years we've been seeking to expand the number of places for tertiary education. Since 1994-95, we have the yearly 14,500. 18 years on, in 2001, we have increased this by 500. There are thousands and thousands of eligible students who have been turned away. During the budget debate, we tried to seek statistics from the administration. We found that during the A-level period, there were 7,200 students who were eligible, but they were not given the first-degree places. Now, for the DSE, there were 13,000 students who were eligible, but a lot of them were not eligible for university places. They've spent years and years of hard work. And they're denied a place. Is it because of the lack of resources, or is it because the administration is not really put in the effort, or is it the case that this administration is trying to create failures? They are successful people. Now, after this double cohort year, there are 20,000 students who are really feeling hard done by. How can the Education Bureau do justice to them? The teaching staff have been working very hard. The students are working very hard. All they want to say is to pass on the torch to the younger generation. But these eligible students have been turned away. I mean, are we letting them down ourselves? In terms of grants and loans, the government has removed the risk interest rate in the means test, but this is one of the aspirations. It's only after the removal that the administration became aware that the means-tested interest rate would be higher than those non-means-tested interest. And then they reduced the interest rate to 1%. Now, with this reduction, I think it would be a good idea for the interest rate to be done away with altogether, because when the students graduate, they have to pay back the loan in addition to the interest. And many students have to struggle with the payment many years after they have graduated. They have to pay off the debt, they have to save up money, and they have to struggle with that. In terms of research grant, I must reprimand the CPU's Siu-ping, the $20 million that is reserved for promoting public policy research has been taken back into the hands of the CPU. Now, there should be a framework or system whereby we encourage public policy research. I mean, this is terribly important. Under Professor Lau Siu-kai as head of the Central Policy Unit, this has been the undertaking given by him. But unfortunately, the government has turned a deaf ear to this. And as a result, there are so many colleagues who signed a petition. I think we have to make up for the shortfall of the resources here in the area of research. We have to promote local researches. We have to promote diversified academic researches. We should not seek to surpass the international researches. And a lot of people don't really have any idea what they're all about, but that would make a difference to promotion. It would make a difference to pay rise. Are we asking the academic staff to ignore the local situation and try to come up with the research results that are meant for the ears and eyes of the international community? I mentioned the governance within the tertiary institutions. Now, the establishment has been delinked from the administration. The secretary must be very happy about it because he's talking about he's trumpeting this flexibility. In fact, the teaching staff has been hired on short-term contracts, and I mean they're trying to do more with less. They're trying to devote less resources and get people to do a lot more. The idea is the people are prepared to accept this because they really want to achieve what they set out to do. I think this is an insult to the academic staff. In universities, there are a lot of complaints, there are a lot of contention, and they are being suppressed layer by layer. There was the six gentlemen incident in Baptist University. There were some colleagues who felt under pressure, and their contracts were terminated. Eventually, the Baptist University halted the attempt, but that caused a great deal of controversy. The Institute of Education, the former chief, Professor Arthur Lee, and also Mrs. Fanny Law, and they were trying to suppress freedom. I think we do need to have an independent mechanism for appeal, for lodging protests and so on, so that they would be feeling at ease and there would be checks and balances and keep the administration on their toes. I mentioned the Leung-sing College and the Sacred Heart Commercial Business College that was closed, and that is the result of commercialization. There is an art college that is pretending to be a university, but it is backed up by a limited company. In terms of land supply, the Li-Wei incident last week, Mr. Paul Chan said that those who opposed to this policy are being populist. I tried to correct him, but Mr. Paul Chan prevaricated. And the government is trying to grab land here and there, and this has been the hallmark of this administration. Has the administration tried to defend the basic aspiration of the academic world? Now, exchanges, other than going to the mainland for exchanges, Hong Kong is a place where we embrace international values. I urge the administration to devote more resources for students to leap out of Hong Kong into the international community to have internship and so on. President, when the policy address and the budget were put together for consultation, we seek more resources, and the policy address would take a lot of resources, and the budget and the financial secretary would say that he would not have a lot of resources. This is executive hegemony, and that is undermining the system. Thank you. I now propose the question to you, and that is that the motion moved by Dr. Kenneth CHAN be passed. 7 members wish to move amendments to this motion. This Council now proceed to a joint debate on the motion and the 7 amendments. I will first call upon Mr. Gary Fan to speak, to be followed by Ms. Sarah Lee, Mr. Kwok-hung, Mr. Michael T., Ms. Helena Wong, Mr. Chen Chi-chuen, and Mr. Fernando Zhang, respectively. But they may not move amendment at this stage. Mr. Fan.
Mr. Gary Fan. Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I have to declare interest because I'm a director of the Chinese University as well as a part-time teacher, a part-time lecturer. I've proposed 9 minor amendments to Mr. Kenneth CHAN's motion in order to provide 3 types of protection. Courses for tertiary students, establishment and enrollment of master's degrees programs, and to give priority to local education. The second direction is to encourage the institutions to give priority to employing local academics when their qualifications are on a par with those from other jurisdictions. The third direction is to maintain diversity and to monitor the fee charging system of post-secondary colleges and private universities. Mr. President, I'd like to focus on the eating up of resources allocated to local students. As newspapers report, a social chat group recently had an advertisement to object to mainland students eating into the resources for local universities. According to information from the administration to this council, in recent years, for subsidized tertiary programs, the number of non-local students is ever rising. For 2011-12, for UGC-funded non-local students, 10,769 of them. Places of origin from mainland China, 8,936, 92%. At present, for our post-secondary education, they used international as an excuse, but in fact it is for mainlanders. This has become an express route for mainlanders to come to Hong Kong. In early June, Oriental Daily and The Sun conducted an undercover operation. Intermediaries were discovered to have assisted the so-called double no mothers to come to deliver babies in Hong Kong. By giving $10,000, they can come to study in local universities without monitoring for master's degree programs. Fraudulent certificates can be produced. People can write theses for these people to assist these double no pregnant women to successfully come to Hong Kong to give birth to babies. According to non-local graduates and their arrangements for coming back to Hong Kong, from the graduation day in 6 months' time, if they submit to the Immigration Department employment applications, unconditionally they can stay in Hong Kong to work or to find jobs. If they're employed by local companies, from the date of enrollment into an institution, in 7 years' time, they can become permanent resident of Hong Kong. For non-local graduates, once they are employed by local employers, no matter when they graduate, they can apply to come back to Hong Kong. And after staying in Hong Kong for 7 years, they can apply to become permanent resident of Hong Kong. This explains why Hong Kong's post-secondary programs are so popular among mainland students. Mr. President, the number of university students approved to come to Hong Kong is ever rising. In 2003, less than 1,600, but in 2012, that jumped tremendously to over 16,000. In a decade, is a tenfold increase. Accumulative figure 70,000 students staying in Hong Kong. And for those mainland graduates who can stay in Hong Kong to work, in 2009 is 3,200 odd, and in 2012, 6,400 odd. Double the previous figure. Now that figure is appalling. It's not a small figure. As for subsidized first-year, first-degree students, the approved ceiling is 20% of the approved student number targets. 4% UGC funded places and 16% of non-UGC funded institutions. What is the result? Last year, for postgraduate studies, non-local students amount to 72% of the total. Less and less local students can enter postgraduate colleges, thus blocking the nurturing of local talents. And non-UGC funded places for higher diploma and associate degrees, there are another avenue for these students. 16% of non-UGC funded places are occupied by non-local students. This has hindered the opportunities for local students to further their studies. In my amendment, I suggest that the UGC funded sub-degrees, associate degrees, and taught postgraduate programs have their ceilings restored to the pre-2008 level. That is 10% of the approved UGC funded number. Why should we do so? We would like to use Hong Kong resources on Hong Kong people. So we should give priority to Hong Kong people. I have to emphasize that UGC funded places are using public money to support local students. That is civil rights that should not be taken away. In fact, not just UGC funded places or quotas, they're using the hardware of universities like classrooms, libraries, hostels, etc. Colleagues, I noted that some commentaries point out that for non-local students coming to Hong Kong to study, they have to pay a higher price than local students. They have to pay a tuition fee of about $100,000, proving that they've not eaten into resources for Hong Kong's tertiary or post-secondary education. Mr. President, I have to point out that those commentaries are wrong. Funding resources far exceed the tuition fee. The tuition fee for ordinary subjects is between $15,000 to $17,000, and for engineering projects around $300,000 per year. For doctors up to $600,000 per year. So even if non-local students pay a higher tuition fee, taxpayers have to use a great deal of public money to subsidize them. Usually in Europe and America, they charge non-local students full tuition fee. They won't use public money to to subsidize non-local students, not even students not from the same provinces or states. But now in Hong Kong, we are nurturing talents and professionals for other jurisdictions. At present, some of the UGC-funded universities are not doing what they should be doing. They compete for the mainland market. They would like to set up branch campuses there. I appeal to the tertiary institutions that they should give priority to local education. They should not try to sell, so to speak, certificates and diplomas in return for research funds. Every jurisdiction, every city should protect their own citizens and residents in terms of the right to tertiary education. Competition should not be used as an excuse to take away that right. So the administration should face squarely incumbent teaching staff of our tertiary institutions, their welfare, their governance, etc., should all have their participation. These academic staff have met with unfairness at present. These are my remarks.
Mr. Lee, Chairman, I am sitting on the board of the University of Science and Technology. Hong Kong has limited resources. The only resource we have is human resources with international vision. We achieve where we are today because of the resources that we have devoted into the system. Now we have the competition from the foreign dragons, and now the mainland market is posing competition, and we are facing all these challenges. So the amount of resources would have to be increased. Not only quantity is important, quality is also important. The subsidized places has remained at 14,500. That has started in 1994-95. Has been around for 20 years. Has been ossified at that level. Over the years, we have experienced a lot of changes economically and so on. We do need a lot more degree holders to develop our economy. I remember when I first entered here, the first motion I sponsored was to ask the administration to increase the number of FIFD, first year, first degree places. And the administration merely increased it by a small amount. The administration has increased the number to 15,000, but for those seeking upward mobility, this is still very, very minuscule. In 2014, the number will increase to 4,000 and 8,500 self-financing places, and 27,000 in total. Now, for 80,000 eligible students, 1/3 would be able to get a place, and 1/3 will have to go for associate degree, and the rest of them will have to end their academic life and work in society. Maybe not all 80,000 students are eligible, but for those who are indeed eligible, will we be giving them a ticket to university? In 2012, 26,000 students met the minimum requirement for university entry. We have 15,000 places, but if we minus 20% or 3,000 non-JUPAS places, we have only 12,000 places. There are 14,000 who may be eligible for university, but they cannot get a place in subsidized universities. So the DAB urges the administration to increase the expenditure as part of our GDP in education, and there should be more places created to allow more students in the right cohort to enter university. We also need to improve the quality in order to enhance the quality of education. We've urged the administration to improve the quality of our tertiary education, and we should monitor the quality of different universities. There are some tertiary institutions that are trying to profiteer from enrollment, and there are some community colleges that over-enroll students without having any regard to the lack of hostel places and facilities. And these universities have been downgraded to sort of diploma mills. UGC in 2010 report pointed out that the tertiary education has become fragmented. Different universities are compartmentalized. They adopt a silo mentality. Some of the courses are funded by the public money. There are some self-financing institutions. There are a wide variety of different types of colleges. So I think the administration should reform the monitoring system of the self-financing system. I understand the government has set up a committee in this regard, and they said that to set up a monitoring system would present some difficulties. They would like to have a set of guidelines over the governance of these institutions. I don't think this set of guidelines would enable us to have any quality assurance. The DAB is of the view that this alone will not be able to upgrade the quality of these tertiary courses. So the Secretary should tread carefully. We have a polarization between the rich and the poor. There are a lot of young people who are well endowed, who can get into the subsidized universities, and they get hostels and they get extracurricular activities. For those who are less well endowed, because of a lack of places, they may be eligible for university places. They will only be able to enroll in these self-financing courses, and they don't enjoy a full university education. This is wholly unfair to them. So the government has to break down this polarization in the subsidy. We suggested that the government should set up a fund, post-secondary education fund, for subsidizing sub-degree graduates to study in self-financing tertiary institutions. The government should plan well in terms of land supplies, so the more hostels can be built. Local students and non-local students will be given hostel places on campus. President, we think that we have to increase the number of university places and train up more human resources, and we have to improve the supervision and regulatory mechanism to enhance the quality. The other thing about quality is that the courses have to be in keeping with what the market needs. Students study in university in order to achieve upward mobility, and they also hope that the qualification will be recognized by the market. If there is a gap between what the market needs and what they study, if we have a preponderance of courses in the business administration, maybe we will churn out more disappointed young people, and we may not be able to rectify this mismatch in the market. In the self-financing sector, I understand that there is no gatekeeper. I mean, it's like letting 100 flowers bloom, but in fact it is a free-for-all kind of situation. There is no organic linkage with the market. The Secretary has to deal with this urgently. President, different members moved different amendments, and Mr. Chan suggested that we should set up a mechanism to deal with the complaints from the teaching staff. We do have reservation about it. For the 8 UGC-funded universities, they have adopted the complaints. They have adopted the guidelines on the complaints mechanism. I understand that the guidelines mandate more transparency and impartiality in dealing with teaching staff's complaints. And according to UGC studies, even overseas jurisdictions, they don't have any cross-institution kind of independent mechanism. I remember LegCo did have invited stakeholders to come and air their views. I understand a lot of these complaints have to do with promotion and personal conflicts. It would be difficult for a single body to settle all these disputes. I'm not convinced myself, so I'm against the idea in the original motion and other amendments in this regard. As regards Mr. Michael Tin's proposal to introduce the English exit exam, from the point of view of enhancing students' English proficiency and to address employers' concerns, this idea is worth supporting. But there are concerns in the market for non-language students to have to be expected to have the same standard as language students. It would be unfair. So I think that there can be different ways of arrangement so that the language students and non-language students would feel that they're fairly treated. Thank you.
Mr. Wai-keung. Thank you, President. Confucius said that there should not be any discrimination when it comes to the education. This should be the attitude upheld by the education sector. This should be the principle they go by. But the previous administration decided education is a kind of industry. Since then, the principle upheld by Confucius fades away. An all-round education system should take care of the needs of students from different sectors. However, a look at the development of universities and educational institutions in Hong Kong, it seems that the education sector has moved towards industrialization. Tuition fees are on the rise, and the institutions focus on broadening their market share in the mainland, and they want to increase their revenue by this. The government does not have enough resources put into education, and it has not put in place sufficient monitoring system. Poor students' needs are not taken care of. So these children cannot rise out of poverty because they don't have a good chance of education and they don't have a chance to a good job. The FTU is concerned with the development of youth, and I today amend the motion of Mr. Kenneth CHAN, and I urge the administration to face up to the fact that youth should have equal opportunities to education. I have the following points to make. Firstly, money as the focus and the lack of supervision and monitoring system. When institutions become a kind of business, they focus on profits rather than the needs of students. Is our future generation that stand to lose. Education is not a kind of commodity. It's not something you can buy from a supermarket, or it's something that you can buy and then just leave it without thinking about it. Education is the basis of our future. That's why we should do a good job in monitoring the system and to come up with a good system for the future generation. The enrollment saga of Leung-sing University is about over-enrollment of a community college under Leung-sing University. For higher diploma programs, 1/7 of the students actually did not meet the admission criteria. And it shows that the college did not follow the guides. The student target number should be 3,330. However, they enroll they enrolled 6,909 people. And there were only 120 full-time staff, part-time staff 136. It's only at the last minute that students received phone calls telling them when and where to go to the classes. The venues are scattered around the territories, so you can imagine what problems they encounter. There was no Wi-Fi in the classroom. However, the service is just something common for other students. It shows universities and colleges can't be allowed to enroll students blindly. These institutions disregard criteria of enrollment. If they are allowed to do so, the quality of education suffers. Over-enrollment at Leung-sing caused a breakdown of software and hardware facilities. That's why a day before the class, it's only a day before the class that students got to know the information about class venues and class time. And the college had to hire part-time tutors to give lessons. Now, these tutors, they are qualified, but people questioned whether these tutors would stay behind to address the inquiries of students. And if they did not, quality of education suffers again. Now, these incidents happen time and time again because the funded universities and their colleges start these programs as they are profitable. The government does not have enough monitoring of these programs, so people question the quality of such programs. Students enrolled in the programs suffer, so the government should review existing education system and put in place a sound monitoring system. Next question, lack of support to poor students. Wealth gap is a problem with us for a long time, and the Gini coefficient stands at 0.5. We see this problem in everyday life and also in the education sector. Now, these students already lost at the beginning. They lost at the time when they're in high school, or maybe even earlier than that. When they receive tertiary education, their suffering shows. Many subsidized high schools are trying to be converted to directly subsidized schools, and in a way they raise the threshold for students to enter these schools. A poor family has to save very hard in order to get their children into these schools. Even when there are subsidized places, how many students can benefit? Because many of such schools are converted into directly subsidized schools, the number of aided schools decrease, and the choices for poor students are limited. For low-ranking schools, it doesn't mean that they can't produce good students. They also cultivate quality students. But we all know it's all about opportunities. The chances of elite schools cultivating brilliant students are higher. Some of these high schools can send all their students to universities. But for some others, no student from their schools can enter university, or even just a few. High school education is the stepping stone to tertiary education. If you do not have a good high school education, your chances of getting into university will be undermined. even if you get the results eligible to a university place, you have to consider the rising tuition fees. So even if you are qualified, you may not get a place in university. Some self-financing programs raise the fees to $100,000 from lower than that, from $60,000. So poor students, if they want to enroll in these courses, they have to get a loan from the administration. For students who complete associate degree, they already owe the government $180,000. That's even before they get a job. So how long do these students have to wait before they pay all the debts? That's why I think the administration should put in more resources to fund the places. And for the number of associate degree holders getting into universities should be increased so as to facilitate social mobility.
Mr. Michael Tian. Mr. President, 10 years ago, on the 27th of June, I was the scholar chairman. I gave a speech on a review report on the extracurricular activities of our students. I said that IELTS should be used as an assessment tool for the English proficiency and standard of Hong Kong students, because Hong Kong's employers generally considered that there should be a standard to assess a student's English standard. 10 years have elapsed. I'd like to introduce a compulsory exit English examination before our students are allowed to graduate. Of course, I was criticized because nobody would like to be under pressure. So this has become voluntary. For those who have no confidence in English, for those students who are weak in English, they can continue to evade the issue. For the government, IELTS results have been used to boast that our university students' English standard is good. They mention 60%. The UGC and the institutions have not got the courage to formulate a standardized examination. We're told that 60% of our students enrolled for IELTS. They're actually evading the issue. 10 years have passed. Our employers are still not satisfied with the English standard of our students. Now, I'd like to move this amendment to spark your thoughts. All students, including sub-degree students, should pass a compulsory exit English examination so that we can have a standardized and recognized standard of English. For Hong Kong employers, they still have high expectation of the English proficiency of Hong Kong's tertiary students. I've been an employer for over 30 years. Of course, attach importance to the English proficiency of our students. But our employers are more and more less confident in the 4 skills of our students in English proficiency. Our students may not understand the significance of the English standard in relation to their future employment. I'd like to seriously tell them how important English is. At present, many students study English. Credits are counted, but many students consider English as a casual subject. Some institutions only require their students to study English for several semesters throughout the 4 years, not throughout the 4 years. That is insufficient to make our students attach importance to English. In this council, there's nothing we can do either. Now, I propose this compulsory exit English examination so that we can have a standardized examination for our students so that they can seriously study English. to compulsorily require tertiary students to study English so that they will know social expectation of their English proficiency, and employers will know the result of their English examination. And among students, they can feel competition, then they will not be slack in terms of English proficiency. Irrespective of the result of their English examination, their academic results will not be affected, but their English proficiency must be spelled out in their graduation certificates so that employers know their English standard. In reply to Ms. Tari Lee's remarks, I'd like to say that we are not suggesting any standard or benchmark. So this is not unfair to graduates of non-English disciplines. We just want to enhance the transparency of English proficiency of our students. So the DAB does not have to worry. Apparently, they don't have any member here. I hope that Ms. Tari Lee can relay this message to the DAB. For students of different disciplines and different degree programs, it is impossible to require them to have a standardized English proficiency. Mr. Eddie 10 years ago, in his capacity as the superintendent for Human Resources Management Society, made remarks and comments on our students' English proficiency. I wonder he would make the same remarks again. Would he support this assessment criterion for the English proficiency of our tertiary students? I'm not degrading our tertiary students or menacing them. I'm not advocating for English hegemony. I just want to enhance the recognition of the English proficiency of our tertiary students. We now have many university and tertiary institution places. I'm afraid that the recognition for sub-degrees will be insufficient. If there can be a standardized guarantee for such degrees and sub-degrees, in the long run, it will be very important to Hong Kong's competitiveness, in particular for associate degrees. Why are they considered as lower? It's because the enrollment threshold is low. Even if a secondary student scored 0, he can still be enrolled. And Yi-Jin program is another problem. The problem is that we don't want to face reality. Our students' English proficiency is on the low side. Don't try to continue to cheat ourselves, our students, and our parents. When our students have to use English, they'll understand that their English proficiency is inadequate. But there's no turning back at that time. As regards handling of complaints from tertiary teaching staff, we now have existing mechanisms for that. Conflict of interest should be avoided, etc. There's also a complaint mechanism, and outsiders are also allowed to assess the situation and to guard against retaliation. So the mechanism's design is very sound in the protection of the rights of the teaching staff. There can be internal investigation so that we'll understand the internal situation of a particular institution, understand its culture. Each institution has its own characteristics, culture, and tradition. Cross-institution mechanisms may not be able to take care of the unique characteristics of a particular institution. So institution-based mechanisms should be preferred. If we have a setup that overrides the respective institutions, the Board of Governors' rights will be affected, thus affecting their autonomy. And the efforts may also be duplication of efforts as well. So I really cannot support point 3 of the original motion. But then I support a review of the complaints system. If there are insufficiencies, there should be improvement. Finally, in enhancing the quality of local tertiary education, I'd like to say more about English proficiency. Under the division system, my amendment may not be passed, but I'd like to alert you to this problem so that you can face this issue squarely and enhance the quality of local tertiary education.
Ms. Helena Wong. Thank you, President. Grateful to Dr. Kenneth CHAN for moving this motion to enhance the quality and quantity of local tertiary education. I must declare that I'm a lecturer of the Polytechnic University. Like Dr. Kenneth CHAN, I'm also concerned about the development of tertiary education. I've got 2 parts to my amendment. The first part is the channels for associate degree graduates for further studies in subsidized universities. Each year we have 20,000 students who make the grade for universities, but there are only 12,000 of them who manage to enter subsidized university places. For the 10,000 and other who are not eligible, they have to go to the self-financing channel for associate degrees. For these students, they may slip up in just one single exam and they cannot make the grade, or even they are eligible and they are denied a place. Shouldn't we give them more of an opportunity? Now, there are indeed self-financing programs for them to do associate degrees, but after 2 years, upon graduation from these associate degrees, they will still have to struggle to find a university place. Some of them would be lucky enough to be articulated to university places to complete the degree program. But we have 2,000 or so places in this category, which is about 6 to 7% of all the associate degree places. Others are feeling desperate. They will have to continue to study some self-financing articulate programs to complete the remaining parts of the program. So I'd like to urge the administration to increase the channels for associate degree graduates for further studies. At the moment, the number stands at 2,000. In 2014, I am given to understand that this will be doubled to 4,000. But that doesn't take care of the demand arising from the associate degree graduates. The Democratic Party urges the administration to increase the percentage to 30% of the associate degree places. Now, some of them may not make the grade, and they are not really suited to further studies. But at least we should pitch it at 30% of the associate degree places. That would be of greater help. And in the meantime, the government should increase the ratio allocated to the JUPAS applicants. If I may turn now to the other part of my amendment, Mr. President, and that is about the research or postgraduate students. Mrs. Regina Ip sponsored a motion about education as an industry. We did have a fair amount of discussion at that time. The statistics are really horrid. Local postgraduate students, I'm talking about the research postgraduate programs, the PhD and MPhil students over the past 10 years, we have seen a worrying trend. Now, what worries us is that the proportion of local students who managed to get into the research or postgraduate programs has been narrowed down to less than a quarter, about 24-point-something% as it is. Now, for these research postgraduate programs, at a time when we are moving into internationalization, now in fact it is becoming mainlandization instead of internationalization. A lot of students actually come from the mainland of China. A small, tiny proportion come from other jurisdictions. As an educationalist, we welcome the different student mix in the programs. There should be locals, there should be students from the international community, there should be some from the mainland of China. As a lecturer myself, I'm happy to see this kind of student mix, because with this kind of mix of students, there would be competition among them, and the students can also learn from each other culturally. And there would be a positive facet of the learning process. The universities of Hong Kong or the postgraduate programs should not turn away mainlanders. We should not turn away all the international students and only keep the locals. Now, this is not what we'd like to see happen, but we don't really want to see happen is that the student mix would be composed of a very small number of local students. Now, in the postgraduate programs, who are they designed for in the first place? If they are for admission of people from outside of Hong Kong, how many of them would remain in Hong Kong upon graduation? There is another problem, that when we enroll, these students don't care where they come from, where their places of origin. They will be given some kind of subsidy to the tune of $10,000 or more. Now, that has this problem of funding the postgraduate programs with taxpayers' money. It's a question of whether we are using our resources properly. I asked the Education Bureau, and in reply they said that this is the case in other jurisdictions as well, but you haven't told me whether the other jurisdictions would be as generous as Hong Kong is by offering more than $10,000 to whoever comes into the program. If you look at Taiwan, the neighboring jurisdiction, for overseas students, it is stipulated that there would be no subsidies. There will not be any allowance. What about Singapore? The National Singapore University, in terms of ranking, it has surpassed Hong Kong. And number 1 is Japan, number 2 Singapore, number 3 is Hong Kong U. Now, Singapore ranks so high, the National University of Singapore. Do they admit postgraduate programs? Of course they do. Now, we have conducted some studies. 1314 of these postgraduate programs in Singapore, Arts and Social Science. Unlike Hong Kong, they are not as generous as offering each and everyone $10,000. They have 3 categories: Singapore citizens, Singapore permanent residents, and third, international students. So there are 3 different categories in Singapore. In this art and social science program, how do they categorize the students? Singapore nationals, the fee is $39,600 Hong Kong. Permanent residents, $55,490, about $10,000 more. International students, $138,450. Now, for non-local students, the international students in Singapore are paying many times more than what the nationals are paying. Shouldn't the Hong Kong administration review the subsidy model for the postgraduate students in Hong Kong? I think this is a more responsible way of utilizing the taxpayers' money. We have to devote the resources to the locals. Thank you.
Mr. Raymond Chan. Thank you, President. Mr. Kenneth CHAN's motion is about enhancing the quality of tertiary education in Hong Kong. The university system in Hong Kong is full of flaws, and the quality of university graduates are declining. However, we are very fortunate to have some very brilliant university students. They have independent thinking. So before I go into my speech, I would like to pay respect to these students. Today, Siu-ping Leung attended the graduation ceremony of APA. He went in the capacity of the president. Some students raised a placard asking for universal suffrage. Everybody applauded, and when students walked past Siu-ping Leung, they did not bow to him as in accordance with the tradition. Some students gave him 3 bows, some only bowed to the audience, some gave a cross sign to Siu-ping Leung. So I would like to pay tribute to the APA graduates. I put forward amendments that are similar to Mr. Fan Kwok-wai and Ms. Helena Wong. I focus on the quota of places in postgraduate programs. Postgraduate programs should be diversified. We should not turn overseas students away. However, at present, there is this discrepancy between local and non-local students. I'm not talking about their quality. I'm talking about the number between these two groups of students. So we are actually talking about the interests of locals. We cannot mix this problem with babies born to non-local parents and people coming to Hong Kong buying up milk powder. I'm sure overseas students are of high quality and they have their own merits. That's why they can pursue further studies in Hong Kong. What I have doubt is about the proportion of non-local students in our campuses, especially mainland students. With so many of them, I wonder if the interest of local students are undermined. I would like to give you this analogy with 2 stones. The first stone is actually obstacle for local students. Another stone is the stepping stone for non-local students. Last year, 15 out of 17 brilliant students of A-level students opted for business management and maths. Nobody out of these 17 chose to study arts or humanities subjects. Starting salary. Social science and arts and humanities graduates earned the lowest in terms of starting point. Last year, the starting point, when compared to 1997, the starting salary was 5% down. It shows that Hong Kong graduates are very clever. Even if you go to graduate school, you may earn less than students graduate from business schools, so they turn away from graduate schools. That's why, out of the 8 universities, the quota of postgraduate places is not fully filled up. Apart from the mindset of university students, we have to look at the declining quality of university education. Mainland students number are on the rise from 67% rose to 72% last year. Some institutions may think student quality is not an issue. So for local and mainland students, in terms of quality, that's on the decline. So the universities would blindly enroll students from the mainland so they can get more profits and they can make use of hardworking mainland students. This doesn't just undermine the interests of Hong Kong, it's also unfair to mainland students because people have this impression the mainland students are here just to relax. And the mainland and the institutions think that the mainland students are here just to study because they want to get a degree, and so the universities do not have to give them good teachers. It's on this basis that I think we should set a quota of places under postgraduate programs for priority enrollment of local students so that local students can be enrolled in these programs. Now, local students shy away from pressure, from competition. If there are more places for them, they will be more bold. And at present, there is still unused quota in postgraduate programs. So more local students can be asked to fill up the places. Scholars' appraisal rely mainly on international studies, and this poses an obstacle to studies on Hong Kong. So I think we should be diversified, and we should enrich the basis for local studies. Now I focused on the obstacles for local students. Of course, we want to remove these obstacles for our own students. Next, I want to come to the stepping stone for mainland students. What I mean is Hong Kong education system makes it easy for mainland students to get residence status in Hong Kong, or they can move from Hong Kong to study overseas. Many wealthy mainland students make good use of this opportunity. They enroll in associate degree programs, and then they get promoted to degree programs. And altogether, after completing all these programs, they would have stayed in Hong Kong for 7 years. So they can stay in Hong Kong, and by then they can choose to study overseas. And after that, they can always come back, and they will get this reputation of being someone who studied overseas. That's why I say local institutions have become the stepping stones for mainland students. We fulfill their expectations, their demands to study and stay in Hong Kong and to move overseas to study. That's why I moved this amendment so that we can give priority to local students in our system. President, I'm someone familiar with education, so I would like to quote from Professor Kam Uk. He thinks for university to strive, there are 3 points. Quality management of courses, quality management of teachers and students, and the management of fees. Institutions should remove all unhealthy elements, and they should stand upright against political influence and maintain academic autonomy in a democratic and open society. academic freedom can thrive. Last year, many high school students and many parents took to the street on the 1st July, and they opposed national studies. I hope our university students will learn from APA students. They will stand up for themselves, stand up for their future, and fight for a genuinely democratic Hong Kong, a genuinely free Hong Kong. If you want to make your voices heard about education, please take to the street on 1st July and fight for universal suffrage.
Dr. Fernando Chan. Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Deputy. I'd like to thank Dr. Kenneth CHAN for moving this motion on enhancing the quality and quantity of local tertiary education. I have to declare that I'm a lecturer of the Polytechnic University. In fact, there's no conflict of interest, but I have to make that declaration. In my speech, I have to make use of a great deal of my teaching experience in the institution. At present, Hong Kong's tertiary education is worthy of a sigh. Originally, we placed a great deal of resources in that. We should have given more opportunities to local young people so that they can have a basic university education. In fact, university education should be considered part of basic education. For any advanced society, all young people should be able to possess a basic degree. In overseas jurisdictions, for young people of the right age, 40 to 50% or even 50 to 60% of them can have a university degree. But for 20 years, that percentage has remained as 18%. That is, young people of a suitable age who can enter university. I don't understand. Our society is so wealthy. Why is it that we don't want to give opportunities to our young people? We blindly believe in the education market, but education is not business. To use education as a market, to set up associate degree programs without giving tertiary education resources, such that members of the public have to pay for their own tertiary education. Given the 8 major tertiary institutions we have at the moment, they don't do their own job. They run business instead. Why is it that our university should be doing so? They shouldn't be serving the market. They should not be operating business. University should be creating knowledge and teaching knowledge. So what social phenomenon or problem has emerged? Relatively speaking, universities should create an independent environment to reflect social problems. If universities are to be concerned about commercial interests and profits, then universities will be losing their roles. They will have no way to scientifically, academically, and objectively contribute to society and create new knowledge. Now, in our schools, it's rather chaotic. University governance is not transparent. The UGC, its operation is not transparent, so much so that the senior management of universities say that they don't understand the formula of funding under the UGC. That's a mystery. For the UGC, how does it do its calculation? How does it fund the institutions at the senior level? How decisions are made in universities? How decisions are made? All are under it's just like in a black box. They're working in a black hole. And their staff are under pressure. And trade unions and staff associations are also subject to pressure. In fact, if you teach in a university, if you want to have a relatively independent status, you have this tenureship. which is very popular in overseas jurisdictions, and all along other jurisdictions deem that important. This tenureship now in our universities has actually vanished in reality. I've taught in a university for 15 to 16 years, 14 of which are under a contract. And my contracts were renewed once every 2 years. Some students would like me to be their supervisor. You're talking about 3 to 4 years for research master programs. Well, for 2 to 3 years. If you study a part-time master degree, it will take longer. I mean, for doctoral programs, maybe 3 to 4 years. Now, I don't want to victimize my students. If in the interim I was fired, what will happen to my students? Universities should be encouraging their teaching staff to explore local issues. Thesis and dissertation should be about local issues. There should be more engagement in social activities. Of course, participation is not equivalent to lopsided opinion. By social engagement, we explore issues or bring out issues. Well, that's what's said. When it comes to calculation, they will calculate how many articles you have submitted to international journals, how many academic activities that you have joined, and local academic activities are secondary or even disregarded. If you write articles in newspapers or not so academic journals, no matter how much discussion you spark, no matter how much you contribute to the social academic arena, they will all be disregarded. And then if your opinion does not satisfy them or suit them, you may even be oppressed. In the university, I teach and at the same time engage in politics. Universities encourage teaching staff to take up public offices, including lV.Members'Motions membership and district council, of course. You're encouraged to remain full-time. Your workload will be reduced, but of course your remuneration will also be reduced. When I became a lV.Co member, what did the university do? It cancelled that condition. It turned me into a part-time staff. Why? Because at that time, I was also an elected councillor. The university did not want me to express a great deal of opinion in the Board of Governors. They just changed the rules and regulations so as to suppress me. What sort of institutional governance was this? What sort of quality is it? It's not transparent. They did not respect staff associations. They did not discuss with staff associations in the selection of vice-chancellors. It's now disclosed that other members went overseas to urge other candidates to withdraw their application. And then documents were forged. That was exposed by the media. And just recently, the Leung-sing University and also the Open University had such problems. Professor Kwok-hung was accused to be selected under black box operation. And then he even said that Mr. Bernard Chan was his boss. A university vice-chancellor was making that remark. How come the boss of a vice-chancellor is the chairman of the board? Amongst our young people, he enjoys high status. He should be respected. He should be leading state-of-the-art academic development. He should be creating an environment to allow young people to learn how to be human beings. he should also equip our young people with professional knowledge and academic knowledge. So how can such a person set a good example to our young people? Therefore, in my opinion, we need an independent complaint mechanism. Apart from academic tasks, other administrative activities should come under the ambit of the ICAC. The transparency of the UGC should be enhanced. It should regularly disclose policies related to students and teachers. The status of staff association should be established, and there should be regular communication. It's only with transparency that we can further develop our tertiary education.
Secretary for Education. Mr. Deputy, I would like to thank Dr. Kenneth CHAN for moving this motion and the 7 members who moved amendments to the motion. The 21st century is the era of globalization, internationalization, and a knowledge-based economy. Therefore, it is crucial to develop tertiary education to nurture talents, enhance social mobility, and promote social and economic development. Hong Kong needs a diversified tertiary education system of high quality that can cultivate talents in different sectors, boost the quality of our population, and maintain Hong Kong's competitiveness. Hong Kong tertiary education has seen rapid development over the past 30 years. As of today, the administration is still devoting much resources to promote the parallel development of publicly funded and self-funded tertiary institutions. To summarize, the direction of our tertiary education development is as follows. Firstly, strengthen the development of publicly and self-funded institutions in order to offer diversified and flexible pathways to students for further studies, to encourage lifelong education, to equip students through education. Meanwhile, we have improved the students' financial assistance schemes to ensure no students are denied access to education due to lack of means. Just now, some members asked about places of funded universities and whether it stands at 18%. I would like to update the figure. There are about 15,000 UGC-funded places, and there are 4,000 senior year places for brilliant associate degree holders. These students can make use of the 4,000 places to enter universities. So altogether, there are 19,000 places. Now, the student population has been changing. There are 80,000 students eligible to go to universities, and this year there are over 70,000. In 2013, the population will still change, but this year it stands at over 70,000. So there are 27% of funded places for the students. 27% of students can get funded places. So 1/3 of eligible students can get access to universities. Now, some members mention students lack means to enter universities. I have to stress that we strive to ensure students will not be denied access to education because of lack of means. Next, I have to stress we value education quality. We strengthen mechanism to ensure quality education. Later, I will give more details on that. Thirdly, we respect the autonomy of the institutions and protect academic freedom. On the other hand, we also encourage the institutions to upgrade their management to ensure public expectations are met. Fourthly, as Asia's world city, Hong Kong has to cultivate local talents with global vision and attract overseas elites here for contributing to the development in Hong Kong, our country, and the world. Local students and non-local students have to work together, and they should interact while learning. There should be a balance in all these. President, I'm grateful to members' views on enhancing local education, especially at tertiary education. I am happy to listen to members' views before I give a detailed reply. Mr. Lo Wai-kwok.
Mr. Deputy, the resources devoted to education are not small. 13 to 14, the recurrent expenditure is expected to reach $63 billion, or 1/5 of the total recurrent expenditure. For higher education, the proportion is pretty high. Overall, the expenses for education take up the largest proportion in terms of expenditure. If we want to increase the resources, it may be at the expense of other areas of expenditure. So I think a more deserving course of action is to have a look at the situation to make sure that the resources are used properly and focus our attention on higher education. Mr. Deputy, I'm concerned about the tertiary education for personal reason, partly because I did consultancy work for the tertiary education, and I would give lectures in this regard. As a professional engineer, I am concerned about the development of the engineering education. I was on the board of the City University. I am part-time lecturer at the City University, and I am also the chairman of a consultant group of the VTC. Now, when we discuss the development of tertiary education, many focus their attention on undergraduate studies and postgraduate, but not so much on the vocational training, like the VTC, the high diploma courses. Mr. Deputy, the VTC is a very established vocational training institute offering 25,000 students of different ages a full range of different pre-occupation and occupational training. It does provide a wide variety of practical courses, including the degree programs and higher diploma programs. It covers applied science, business administration, child education, social education, hotel hospitality, and so on. The VTC also has higher diploma, reduced from 3 years to 2 in order to tie in with the 334 academic structure. The graduates can work in the relevant sectors, and through administrative means they can also further their studies locally and overseas to achieve higher academic attainment. Mr. Deputy, the vocational training and academic training would also be important. The government launched in 2008 the qualification framework covering different sectors. This is in order to build different career paths. Under the QF, different occupations have put together the competency standard with articulation ladder. And the practitioners can, through continuous learning, obtain all these qualifications. Many people do not have a clear enough understanding of the qualification framework. There should be more publicity. The VTC has been promoting or supporting this. It did assist in different sectors to put together the competency standard and designed the courses. Many VTC courses are linked with the QF. I think there should be different learning paths. The students can choose their own paths and get up on the ladder. Also, the VTC should work together with the Institute of Engineers and other professional bodies for many different courses to be recognized or to meet the standard of different institutes. The government should promote this kind of VTC model and encourage continuous learning and lifelong learning. I've got contact with the mainland institutions, and they attach a great deal of importance to the VTC model. This kind of vocational training plays a significant role in training up human resources for society. Mr. Deputy, Hong Kong is moving towards knowledge-based economy. The development of expertise on part of workers would enhance the competitive edge in the market. It will also help them move up the social ladder. So the government should maintain diversity in the education system and foster cooperation between different institutions and provide more appropriate training programs and make sure that they are properly linked. Say, for instance, the high diploma courses of the VTC should be improved for them to be linked with the university programs, and these should go hand in hand with the qualification framework. Different universities should maintain the liberal atmosphere while fostering or nurturing local talents. They should bring in students from overseas on the basis of their merits. In a concerted effort, we can enhance the quality of the tertiary institutions and international recognition. Thank you. Mr. Ronnie Tong. Mr. Deputy, some said that the future of a place would be dependent on how much we invest in our younger generation. If we apply this theory, then Hong Kong would have a very little future held out for us. I read a letter to Hong Kong by Mr. Wai-kwok. He lamented that there is an irreversible trend in Hong Kong that many of the prestigious secondary schools have become DSS schools. There were 12 that have done that in 2012. The mobility in Hong Kong has really come to a halt. I lament the situation also because in the 1960s I lived in a subdivided flat in Wan Chai. Now I am occupying a Grade A office space in Central. There is a study that showed that Hong Kong has become a downward mobile society. By that, I mean we're not witnessing this upward mobility. We're looking at instead downward mobility. We have $2 trillion worth of reserves. Why is it that we find ourselves in this kind of situation, given the colossal reserves? You may be lucky enough to go beyond secondary education, but when you enter university, you're up against tremendous odds. Mr. Deputy, there are so many students who are under tremendous pressure because the universities are not getting what they need in terms of financial needs, and they are turning overseas for students. If you're poor, you will be denied an opportunity for university education. If you're rich enough, you can send your kids overseas to further their education. The middle class is facing this, myself included. But once you've sent your kids overseas for university, is it the end of the problem? This may not be. Nobody has done any poll. But if you talk to your friends and relatives nearby, there are a significant proportion of these students who will not return. They may land a good job overseas, or they may get to know a boyfriend or girlfriend in overseas jurisdictions and plant their roots there and start a family there. The investment that we've made in these students would be down the drains. I mean, we are making a loss. This is loss-making, Mr. Deputy. You may be lucky enough to gain admittance into universities. How many subsidized places do we have? I don't think I can accept the figures trotted out by the Secretary for Education a moment ago. The statistics tell us that we have about 20% of the subsidized university places. The Civic Party has been urging for the administration to increase the percentage from 20 to 25% to the tune of $4.2 billion. It is well affordable to us, but will the administration be prepared to do it? I don't think so. The day before yesterday, Leung published this work report that claimed a lot of credit. I thought he wouldn't talk about education, but he did. He didn't mention anything. He didn't breathe a word about the national education. I mean, he was tinkering around the edges. All these policies are tinkering around the edges. All these are significant issues. Higher education in Hong Kong, how can we cope with the demand from the students? How can we cope with the demand into the future? He doesn't breathe a single word in his work report other than increasing the number of tertiary institution places. Obviously, we should increase the number of tertiary institutions. Mr. Deputy, you probably remember that during the Donald Tsang era, he did talk about the Loop project. He talked about turning education into an industry, and we can make money out of Shenzhen residents. This is playing wrong. But in the Loop area, we can certainly build one or two tertiary institutions to make up for the shortfall in university places. But in recent years, we've heard nothing of that. Now, during the Tong era, he put forward this 85,000 building production target, but that fell by the wayside. The Loop area does exist. We can take advantage of this to build universities. Let me put this to the Secretary. If he takes the floor to speak, he probably would respond to that. Now, we visited Guangzhou. I think you came along with us, the university city. They built 10 universities in 3 years. We can't even build one in 10 years. What prospect does it hold out for us? So I hope that the Secretary would care to respond to this. In your mind, do you think that we should develop the Loop area and build one or two more universities for the students of Hong Kong? Will you have a word with C.Y. Leung, the Chief Executive? He doesn't have to claim all these credits in his work report, and he can go down in history as a good guy.
Mr. Wang Yuk-man, Mr. Deputy, people's spirit is no longer there with our tertiary education. For Hong Kong's tertiary education, it should be attaining knowledge and attaining conduct for our students. It should be inspiring our students so that our students will serve our country and society. However, nowadays, our tertiary education is serving commerce and industry and the businesses. They are competing for profits and reputation. and students are not ashamed of doing that. Mr. Tung Chi-wai and Mr. Dong No Zhang are just like in the Great Leap period. They are creating all sorts of chaos in tertiary education, which has become a mess. And then the Hong Kong communists are boldly and blatantly making our tertiary education system communist in nature. Mr. Chang Chi-kung become a UGC member. Is killing academic autonomy. Dr. Sun Yat-sen, back then in the University of Hong Kong, which was then a medicine college, advocated for democracy and freedom. And Professor Chen Mu created the New Asia College to develop the Chinese culture. And then the Hong Kong U, in its 100th anniversary, sacrificed its ideals by pleasing Mr. Li Keqiang. That's really a pity. And now this motion is just like saying that your mother is a woman. Nobody will oppose it to enhance the quality and quantity of local tertiary education. Nobody would oppose that. I won't discuss this motion with you from a functional point of view. In terms of structure, principle, and spirit, I'd like to criticize Hong Kong's tertiary education. Half a year ago, I started a new broadcast program. In the first unit, I talked about 3 vice-chancellors of Peking University, Chi-yuen, Hu Shizhi, and then Jiang Manglin. At that time, the spirit of Peking University was raised by Tai-yuen. It can be summarized as being diversified with freedom of thoughts and to have pluralism, to cover everything. Tertiary education starting from Peking University should still have those as our ideal. But now we don't know Peking University is up to. For Hong Kong's universities, ask their senior management, do they know Tai-yuen? Do they know the core spirit and values of Peking University? That is freedom of thoughts and pluralism and diversification. Even if they know that, they're unable to achieve that. You say enhance the quality and quantity of our education, more facilities, more beautiful campuses, more student hostels. Well, you can achieve those just with money. When you have more resources, well, in the panel on education, we always discuss this. But what is the spirit and objective of tertiary education? And what's our tertiary education up to today? Southwest University during the war could still turn out elites. One is Yang Jianing. Please study history, right? Today, Hong Kong's tertiary education. Do we still have the humanities, social sciences? Hong Kong is executive-led with hegemony and dictatorship. Humanities and social sciences have been diminishing in value. In Europe, America, and even Taiwan, there are platforms for scholars to enter politics so that they can materialize their ideals. Tony Blair, Ms. Tsai Ing-wen in Taiwan, and even President Ma Ying-jeou of Taiwan and his previous rival in the election, they're all doctoral degree holders, either in law or in social sciences. But in Hong Kong's political scene, with no such scholars, Dong No Zhang has been doing nothing, and he made everything a mess. He still enjoyed high status. This is very clear. History, humanities, social sciences are not considered important. They all talk about money and profits. Every year, electoral members move motions on tertiary education, increasing subvention, more land sites, more places, etc. Those are not controversial, but we have to reflect on what we should be student-based, because students are our ultimate objectives. What sort of students do we now turn out? Given such an atmosphere and environment in our tertiary education scene, what sort of students can we turn out? What about our younger generations? Even their survival is in trouble, is problematic under this general atmosphere. So you cannot blame scholarism. Their members have become our idols, and rather those pan-democrats in the 50s and 60s should rest. They've been in democracy for decades, but achieved nothing. I try to discharge my duties as a legislative member by preparing a script that may last for 7 minutes. Anyway, I have to stop. Mr. Tommy Chan, Mr. Deputy, it's really trouble to speak after Mr. Wong Yuk-man. It doesn't matter even if you fall asleep after your meal. He's really too eloquent and touching in his speech. All along, the Liberal Party has said that we don't have sufficient talents. We don't have sufficient competitiveness. But can we solve the problem by increasing university places? When compared with the 1960s and the 1970s, only 1% of our students of the appropriate age could enter university. They became elites that were respected. Now, university enrollment rate has increased to 18% with more university places and graduates. However, in the past, we attached importance to research and academic activities, but now university students are nothing. I really appreciate the previous Polytech, which had become the Polytechnic University. They enjoyed equal status with the then two universities because they organized practical programs. Now, we have less such programs in our universities. I do not oppose to the increase of university places and resources, but we have to strike a balance and match our economic demands. According to Liberal Party's research, there's been a serious mismatch between human resources and jobs, and that has become a bottleneck. In the business sector, we would like to have more vocational-based university programs to suit our knowledge-based economy. I don't think our tertiary education lags behind other jurisdictions. Hong Kong's situation is different from that in other jurisdictions, where 40 to 60% of secondary students could enter university. I understand that university admission could be easy in other jurisdictions, but it might not be very easy for them to graduate. In Hong Kong, it's difficult to get into university, but easy to graduate. Instead of placing resources to boost university admission, the administration should subsidize associate degree programs. Many young people cannot enter university save for the 18% I mentioned. Some have to work, others would like to further their studies. So I believe we should subsidize our associate degree programs. Some may still be working, but would like to study for an associate degree. In particular, we should subsidize evening programs so that our young people can study in them. I hope that our universities can match the needs of commerce and industry. And then we should increase the number of 3-year and 4-year degree places for the associate degree graduates who may work for a few years before entering university to gain a degree. That is to give them upward mobility. Then it's more worthwhile in placing resources that way and match reality more. The Liberal Party also supports the development of Chinese medicine. Therefore, there is a need for Hong Kong to have a hospital to train TCM doctors or practitioners. So I support funding in that regard. Concerning the claim that Hong Kong's university education is lopsided towards commerce and industry, I do not agree. As for Dr. Fernando Cheung's suggestion of increased democratization of school administration, I don't agree either, because at present we have sufficient student representatives in the management of our universities. Dr. Helena Wong say that we should set a ceiling for non-local students gaining entrance to university. Many local students study in undergrad programs. For research degrees and postgraduate degrees, we should encourage admitting more non-local students. We should rather subsidize local students to further their studies overseas so as to broaden their international horizon, and we can organize a network for such students. As for Dr. Wong's amendments, we won't support them. All along, we do not support restrictions. If we need to encourage our students to further their studies in universities, we should not do that. I don't agree with Mr. James Tan as well. To disclose the English proficiency in graduation certificates, apart from snubbing those students with a lower English proficiency, I don't see what purpose that can serve. But the Liberal Party agrees that our students should have a high English proficiency. So we won't oppose that amendment. Proficiency in Chinese and Putonghua is also important. So we should enhance our bilingual and trilingual and bilateral culture. Otherwise, we won't keep our international status. Thank you.
Mr. Lam Tai-fai. Mr. Deputy, thank you. Mr. Kenneth CHAN moves this motion. I understand that Dr. Chan is teaching in one of the universities in Hong Kong. Maybe he finds that the quality leaves something to be desired, and that's why he would like to move this motion. But when I heard his speech, he ridiculed the Secretary for Education. By implication, he's saying that he is not up to scratch. Now, Mr. Chan, I don't think you have any justification today. I don't think I can agree with your allegation. Now, you are training up people in Hong Kong. The trouble with the universities has been around for so long. The Secretary has been around for 1 year. This is not the culprit. I think for you to ridicule him is not fair. I think we have to be fair to him today. But you're not entirely wrong. Now, the piece of land occupied by Lee Wai-li College, the Secretary for Education has surrendered the site to the Secretary for Development for luxury housing to be built. He's not utilizing the piece of land to build campuses to upgrade the traditional Chinese medicine. I think you have hit the nail on the head in your comments. You have to be justified. I'm trying to endorse what is right and criticize what is wrong. Now, how do we judge whether the secretary is up to scratch or whether he is committed or not? I think we have to look at all this whole litany of problems, whether he's got any foresight, any revolutionary ideas, or is he going to be staying in the rut? Is he going to be parochial without looking at the rights and wrongs and taking on board the views of the sector? Now, if that's the case, then like Dr. Chen said, he's not up to scratch. Otherwise, he is the savior of the education sector. I think we can tell how strong a blade of grass is in the face of strong wind. We will let him have another year to see whether he will be able to put it off in improving the quality of tertiary education in Hong Kong. Now, Hong Kong has very limited land. We don't have natural resources. Human resources will make considerable difference to Hong Kong's survival. The quality of education would impinge, would have a bearing on human resources. In the SON Management College Index has indicated that Hong Kong's competitive edge is in decline. And this has to do with the mismatch in talents or the limited pool of talent. And that explains why the declining competitive edge. Now, Dr. Chan moves this motion. He doesn't mention any index to benchmark us against. It sounds all very vague. I mean, from my point of view, the quality of education means that we have to nurture high-quality talents to support the overall development in Hong Kong. We must have a critical mass of talents to meet the needs of different sectors. These people will be able to make contribution in Hong Kong. If you train up a lot of talents in the industry sector, the students may be very talented, but we don't have industries in Hong Kong. And upon graduation, they have no choice but maybe join the real estate sector. I think it has to do with whether there is any room for them to utilize their talents. The training should be in keeping with the market demand. I mean, there is no use for you to train up the aeronautic talents. I mean, they will not be selected to join Yang Liwei into space. I think we have to look at the quality of the teachers, the curriculum, the quality of the students, how they should be given financial support. How can we increase the number of tertiary institution places? You haven't mentioned this. I don't really know how you can increase the quality, improve the quality. Now, the problems have been around for so long. You cannot blame Mr. Ng entirely. Mr. Chi-chuen, once he has taken office, talked about 60% of the students will be given the tertiary institution education. Now, he came up with this idea of associate degree program, but I mean this program is not well supported, and the universities have these self-financing programs, and they know full well that there are so many students who need this kind of program, and they are over-enrolling. They are profiteering from this pool of students, and these students have to travel across the districts for education, and it's really a heck of a journey for them to go to school. And if they're running around for education, how can we ensure the quality of the education? Now, these are the problems that were not created by Eddie Ng, but be that as it may, you have to get on top of these problems, and you have to deal with all these problems. So I feel that what we have to do is that the government is sitting on a lot of money. There should be a blueprint, there should be a timetable to increase the number of university places. You ought to come up with a timetable for this to happen. How can we have an articulation between associate degree and university programs? Mr. Siu-ping, Mr. Deputy, Mrs. Regina Ip, back in October, moved the motion about upgrading the quality of education. I've stated my views regarding tertiary education back then. I feel that healthcare, if healthcare and education are turned into an industry, if they become market-oriented, then we will change the nature of the whole sectors. Today we're talking about the quality of tertiary education. We have to minimize the market interference. We have to right the wrong here. Education is about nurturing our talents. We are not really churning out students like factories. The DSE results have come out. There are 71,000 students taking part, competing for 15,000 subsidized university places. Less than 20% of secondary students gain admittance to university in 2011 to 12. There are 16,000 students who gain entrance to university. There are 45,000 who've made the grade for the associate degree level. There are 30,000 have been turned away. The number of subsidized university places fail to meet the demand. I mean, this is a solid fact which is playing before us. The tertiary institutions do have the capacity to increase their places. Like Mr. Gary Fan said in his amendment in 2011 to 12, those studying, non-local students studying in the postgraduate programs, the number stands at 72%. The number that has been creeping up in University of Hong Kong between 11 to 12, the associate degree programs, they have admitted 2,300. 12 to 13, they are expected to take on 4,000 students. Baptist and its colleges, 11 to 12, they've taken on 2,300. 12 to 13, they're expected to take on well over 3,000. For other universities running associate degree programs, the number has been creeping up. The tertiary institutions have the ability to run these postgraduate courses for non-local students. They can run all these associate programs, but they don't have the resources to run more subsidized university places for local students who make the grade. And this is really a ridiculous mismatch of resources. Resources have always been the stumbling block for education. In Hong Kong, tertiary education is suffering from resources problem. Policy is another element which has to be reviewed. I think we should halt this blind expansion of these associate programs, and this is wasting a lot of the golden years of these young students. The government should review the policy on the university programs. There should be a certain proportion reserved for locals before the postgraduate programs can be run. These will make sure that the precious resources will be reserved for local people. We have to limit the number of enrollment. We have to mandate the particular facilities. The government cannot shirk the responsibility to increase the number of university places. At the same time, vocational training It is also important for those who fail to gain admittance to universities. The students can learn a craft and survive in society. This will also meet the need of our economic development for those industries that are suffering from a succession gap problem. They will have an injection of new blood, and that is the way to go. Thank you very much.
Mr. Martin Liao. Mr. Deputy, declaration of interest. I am a member of the University Board of Hong Kong U. Young people is the future pillar of a society, and knowledge can enrich one's life. So education is a lifelong matter. Tertiary education is there to offer a chance for young people to get hold of their dreams. I remember over a decade ago, the Hong Kong administration put forward all-round education and set down the target of 60% of our young people should get access to university education. Publicly funded places stands at 15,000 every year, and 21% of high school students can get into university. Many of them may be eligible to the university, but they are turned away. It's expected by the government that in 2016, 1/3 of our young people, about 20,000 of them, can get access to tertiary education. Together with sub-degree programs, about 70% of young people can enjoy tertiary education. In 2017, every person in the relevant age cohort can gain access to tertiary education. And in 2023, there will be 16,000 of young people getting into university. They will be eligible to get to university, but at present, 70,000 of them are eligible. For the supply of sub-degree programs, in 2012-13, it stands at 39,000. The supply outweighs the demand, so education sector is worried about the depreciation of the degree holders. In a knowledge-based society, human resources is of utmost importance. I'm not worried about depreciation of degree, because compared to Korea and the US, the percentage of Hong Kong young people getting into university is much lower. I think we should be more concerned about quality of tertiary education as a result, so that we can set a more stringent threshold for young people to get in, and to graduate, but we should lower the threshold for them to get in university. People criticize the varying quality of sub-degree programs, and there is a lack of consistent mechanism to ensure quality of these programs. At present, is the HKCAA-VQ that is responsible for ensuring the quality of these programs. And as at March this year, the Council will be more transparent in its assessment. The JQRC is also responsible for quality assurance. However, it lacks external members in its operation. Subsidized programs are subject to the assessment of QAC. They are also subject to external certification and assessment. The administration said that it would set down a single quality assurance mechanism. I agree with that, because that can monitor self-financing programs to avoid varying quality of such programs. For further studies, the government should increase funded places and should set down a system for transfer of credits, and to make sure universities take in a certain number of sub-degree holders in their programs. There should also be subsidy to associate degree holders to study undergraduate programs. For subsidy to research and land grant to universities, there should be subsidy to institutions. There should also be review on these so as to tie in with Hong Kong economic development and in turn enhance Hong Kong's competitiveness. Mr. Wu Chi-wai. Thank you, President. Hong Kong is a knowledge-based economy. We are a city without much natural resources. Nurturing talents, making sure they can contribute to different sectors has always been our goal. It has always been the objectives of our education policy. It's unfortunate that in the past 10-odd years, we see an increase in tertiary institution places. And students see entering universities in Hong Kong as their ultimate goal. Is it good for the society on the whole? Should we limit the choices of our students in this way, saying that university is the ultimate goal for them? I cast doubts on these thoughts. Everyone may have different experiences and their goals may change as a result. However, in society, parents keep telling their children that they have to get into university. That's why they have to get good results, good grades, because otherwise they will face fierce competition. What's the result of that? Is that we limit the choices of our own children, saying that they have to get good grades in A-levels and DSE so that they can get into universities. Now, there should be room at universities for students to pick courses they're interested in. But parents and society say otherwise, saying that students have to choose courses that will facilitate their career choices. But we are no God. We don't know whether we pick the right courses in 3 or 5 years' time. This is no good. We are encouraging young people to make a career choice at way too early a stage. So I urge the Secretary to see if this kind of mindset is beneficial to enhancing our education sector. Now, in the past, young people can opt for vocational training. They could enter VTC, vocational training council colleges, or they can get a diploma. That's for Form 3 graduates. For Form 5 graduates, they could opt for diploma courses. There were lots of choices, but at present, there are limited choices only. Now, there are still some courses offered by VTC, but our society urges young people not to choose these courses. I remember my nephew told me that VTC asked him to study computer science, but he would like to get qualification equivalent to Form 5 graduate. From his example, we can see parents keep telling children about what they should choose. I think this is something for the secretary to consider. Just now, Mr. Liao talked about two pathways. First, to increase resources for education sector to provide more funded places. But in 4 or 5 years' time, there may be changes in our demography. But does it mean that with that changes, we should stay put, we should not devote more resources to education, or should we subsidize eligible students to study overseas? If we can only be more open-minded to look at graduate house, to look at undergraduate programs, then our students will have a wider global vision, and that will give us a win-win situation. It's better than scratching our head, wondering what we should do to cater to students' needs. We know student population will decrease. Should we stay put? I think we should understand that providing more resources, students can have more choices. I am a sub-degree holder. When this idea was created in the Americas, it was for the sub-degree holders to go back to mainstream education system to see whether they are suitable for university life. So this is an easy in, easy out system. But what about the case in Hong Kong? The sub-degree programs are to make sure 70% of our young people can gain access to tertiary education, or rather to higher education. This is just something completely different from the original idea. The sub-degree programs is a kind of bridge leading to tertiary education, and it in turn leads to a mismatch of resources. If we want to make reference of overseas sub-degree programs, we have to learn from the whole system. Otherwise, if not, we should put in more resources to sub-degree programs.
Mr. Andrew Leung, thank you. First of all, I'm a former VTC chairman and the chairman of the advisory committee of the Design College, as well as the chairman of the advisory committee of the International Cuisine College. The bureau director did not mention vocational training. VTC full-time students are similar to the total number of students of the 8 major tertiary institutions. Our colleagues did not mention that. The bureau director did not mention that. I'm very disappointed. We all want to enhance quality. But during our discussion, most have neglected vocational training. In the National 12th Five-Year Plan, vocational training enjoyed a high coverage. President Obama of the United States said that hundreds of thousands of people should receive vocational training. In Europe, their economy is very much supported by vocationally trained human resources. Vocational training is nothing secondary. It has values. It will add value to our young people. It is essential in tertiary education. For local vocational education is turning out tens of thousands of students every year. For all sectors of the community, vocational training is producing all sorts of experts and professionals. Therefore, in the business sector, we attach importance to vocational training. That has something to do with the quality of our human resources. Given economic development, through appropriate vocational training, we can ensure that human resources can match the economic developments of Hong Kong. This has become more and more important. Therefore, when I was the chairman of the VTC, together with VTC colleagues, we worked very hard to enhance the standard of our training programs. 8 years ago, the VTC made use of the Accreditation Council to accredit and assess our training programs. Under the VTC ordinance, we could actually accredit ourselves and award our own qualifications. But given this external accreditation and assessment, we will be able to enhance the status of our training programs. Our achievements are witnessed by all. 90% of our graduates were able to find jobs, and many employers have commended the standard of our students. However, many parents do not fully understand the value of vocational training. I appeal to the government to formulate concrete measures to allow members of the public to understand the significance of vocational training and how to provide suitable opportunities for our young people to further their studies. The government should also consider subsidizing VTC programs to attract more young people to join our programs. Today, when we discuss enhancing the quality and quantity of our tertiary education, I hope that the Bureau Director will say that he will not disregard vocational training and will take care of the need of such institutions. In recent years, due to social and economic developments, we've got new programs like those in tourism and catering. Our programs have been modified to allow our students to follow closely the need of the human resources market. Interface programs were also provided for our students to further their studies. We now can award degrees. Interface and top-up programs have been jointly organized with overseas universities. And in actual fact, over 30% of our higher diploma graduates have joined such top-up programs. For all these, we need hardware. The Bureau Director just brought 300 VTC students to Singapore. You'll see that in Singapore, they inject a great deal of resources in vocational training. Many of our campuses are very old. Many of them are over 30 years old. Old restrictions have restricted our development, which no longer match our demand. So I hope that what you saw in Singapore would be useful in Hong Kong. For holistic education, we do need more outdoor and extracurricular space for our students. Apart from more land resources, the government should also provide assistance to vocational training so that they can enhance their campuses to match the present needs. Over a decade ago, Singapore already knew that, and their campuses had been integrated and upgraded to enhance the environment of their campuses so that they can suit international standards. So we should model on them. We always say that we want to broaden the horizon of our students. Apart from more opportunities for overseas exchange and training, students all over the world should have the opportunity to come and study tertiary programs in Hong Kong. Then our students will be able to come into contact with the culture of many jurisdictions in the world. For overseas students taking up higher diploma programs in Hong Kong, they're subject to a number of limitations. For example, we can't admit exchange students in that regard, so our students cannot have exchanges with international students. So I'd like to have more support from the administration in that regard. And like the Singaporean government, we should promote and publicize more our vocational training. Thank you. Mr. Leung-sing. Mr. President, in the past 2 decades or so, the resources put into tertiary education are ever rising. In the past century, in the 1990s, during the latter part of the British rule, universities were expanded and university places were increased, and the number jumped from 2 to 6. After the handover, Leung-nan College and Shu-yan College were also upgraded to universities, and the Hong Kong IED is also seeking that goal. For FY, we now have 15,000 first-year, first-degree places. By 2016, this will jump to 40% of the total number of secondary students. And the number of self-financed institutions will also increase to 8, double that in 2009. Before 2015, for students of appropriate age, a third of them will be able to get enrolled in degree programs. Given the past period of development, I think we should review what happened in the past and prepare for the future of our tertiary institutions. First of all, the number of universities should be kept at an optimum number. It's not true that the more the better. In the UK, they had 100 universities. Thus, when employers recruit university graduates, they had to select those from those with a longer history because the standard of graduates varies. In Taiwan, the development was also huge. With a population of 23 million people, they got 171 tertiary institutions. As there's an excess of university places, there's insufficient enrollment of students, and some institutions had to be combined. Of course, Hong Kong has not reached that stage yet, but we should learn from their experience. Our tertiary education should be pegged to the development of our industries. University places are precious. Students' time is also precious. If there's a mismatch, students won't be able to make use of what they learn, and there's a waste of resources. Our graduates may then be frustrated. Mismatch was also found in other jurisdictions. For our tertiary programs, they did meet the needs of our industries in the past. It's just like the Hong Kong Polytechnic. Now it's upgraded to Polytechnic University. Surveying, design, textile, etc. were disciplines taught. They were able to match the human resources demand at that time by the industries. Now, we have more generality than speciality in our tertiary institutions. Our tertiary education should be more concerned about the development of the whole business community. In that regard, the UGC should target the right objectives in the allocation of resources. The main objective of our students is to learn knowledge. For a public tertiary institution, subsidy has gone up to 80%. For medicine, engineering, etc., is even more. If our students don't work hard, it will be a huge wastage of social resources. In recent years, our tertiary students were very active in joining social movements. And for some students, that has become their main task. Professor Chiu Chang-tong said at the beginning of this year that some of the university students who joined social movement only attach importance to their rights, but not their studies or research. They've put the cart before the horse. If Hong Kong's tertiary students still look at social struggle as their topmost task, there will be a continuous wastage of social resources, and Hong Kong will continue to decline, even to the status of a secondary city. As for academic standards, our students don't reach the required standard. So for voting or selection of vice-chancellors, they're not fully equipped. For Stanford University and Harvard University, which were cited as examples, the selection of vice-chancellors is only the business of the Board of Governors or Senate. So students should not be given the right to select their vice-chancellors. I think Professor Yao's remarks are inspiring. For all those in the education sector, including tertiary education, they have a long way to go, and they're very important tasks to fulfill. Thank you.
Mr. Albert Chan. President, I meant to leave it a little bit later to speak, but I heard the twisted argument, the warped argument advanced by Mr. Leung-sing. I think I have to right the wrong. He said that it is the council that elects the president. I mean, this is the case. This is the case in Europe and the States. But in the councils, they are represented by the students. Last time at this council, I talked about my personal experience. In 1979, I was at the University of Manitoba. I was the vice president of the student council. The president of the student council, that was 40 years ago, the president of the student council sat on the university council as an ex officio member. So if there are any university policies being discussed, and this student union representative can air his views. This is the independent role given to the student council, the student union. Now, Mr. Ng talked about Mr. Yao Xing-tong. I think he is speaking half the truth. 4 decades ago, the universities in Western societies are far more liberal and democratic than in Hong Kong. So I do think Mr. Ng knows how to write the word shame. I think he is really bamboozling the people of Hong Kong by advancing these warped arguments. This is the trick used by Hong Kong communists. Now, for 60 years, the Communist Party has been manipulating the media. Mao Zedong had started the Cultural Revolution, and I like to request a quorum call.
要求點人？
I request a quorum call, President.
陳偉業議員。
Mr. Albert Chan. Thanks very much, Mr. Leung Chi-chuen, for coming in for my speech. President, I'd like to praise the courage of the APA students. Learning is not about reading books or learning from books. So we have to master the courage as human beings. During the graduation ceremony, they bowed to C.Y. Leung 3 times, and they crossed their arms in front of the chief executive, and shouted the slogan of universal suffrage. I think that these students do have the courage of intellectuals. For some counselors, they have all these degrees, loads of degrees, but they are dancing to the tune of the liaison office, and they are slaves of the liaison office. I must praise very highly the students of the Academy for Performing Arts. Now, when we see these young people, we feel that every single dollar devoted to them is worth it. The People Power moves amendment to this motion because we want to have a specific percentage of places that has to be reserved for local students. We welcome internationalization. We welcome internationalizing the education system, but the education system is mainlandized. Not just the students, but also the professors, the teaching staff. There are so many mainland scholars that are dominating the senior echelon of the institutions. The liaison office is dominating the political scene in Hong Kong. The Leung-sing affair is a classic example of the liaison office interfering with the academic circle. Now, the clutches of the liaison office have extended to the university campuses, and this is an open secret. The liaison office is trying to manipulate the student unions, and the universities have become politicized and really shameful. Let me show you some statistics. I've talked about these for more than a year now, and more people are becoming concerned about it. I think there should be policy formulated and bring justice to local students. Mainland students, 97-98, from 5 to 4,583 in 11 to 12, a rise by 900 times. Postgraduate programs, 882, rising to 4,292 in 1112, a 5-fold increase. Since the reunification, the mainlanders joining the postgraduate program have increased dramatically. They take up 66.5% of the total student population there. In some postgraduate programs, they are 100% dominated by mainland students. So the People Power is suggesting that no less than half of the places should be reserved for local students. Otherwise, these postgraduate programs will be off limit to local people, and therefore we should not earmark any funding for them and deny the local students of any opportunity to gain higher education. So I think we have to bring justice to the local students that they deserve. We should let the local students have an opportunity to give full play to their potential. So I urge members to support Mr. Raymond Chan's amendment. Dr. Kwok-hung, Chairman, I am grateful to Dr. Kenneth CHAN for moving this motion. In the 2008 report, it shows that by 2018 there would be a shortfall of 20,000 students with particular expertise. We have 38% of the students who have degree program, 10% with associate degree, and the remaining with secondary education. Chi-chuen talked about 60% of the student population getting degree level. 20 years, almost 20 years after reunification, we still failed to achieve this target. For the 94-95, we have 14,500 for FIFD places. 2011, we have increased that to 14,800. The government keeps talking about producing more university graduates. There should be more students being enrolled in the university education, but this is merely empty talk. We have seen more of associate degree holders, and they, in a way, have helped the administration to bring faith to the administration. This has become the golden opportunity for universities to make money. On the 26th of this month, there was a newspaper report that indicated that the deposit that people pay for this associate degree reach $24 million. These are deposits for the places. Now, many of these students come from a humble background. Mr. Secretary, you and yours kids don't have to do that. A lot of the rich people in Hong Kong don't have to enroll in associate degree, even if they cannot make it into universities. They can go to the UK or the States. For those who are stuck in Hong Kong, they are from a modest background with very little means, and they these tertiary institutions have reaped $24 million in terms of deposits. Well, as a matter of fact, we have said many times, I think we have talked ad nauseum, that the associate degree programs represent more like the substandard piling issue in the construction trade. We don't have enough articulation places. If you mean to help them, why is it that you're subsidizing the university places but not the associate degree programs, or most of them? Now, there is a suggestion today that they should be given some assistance in terms of loans, and that this is not fair at all. The interest payable is far too high, and the administration is resorting to unfair means to chase them for repayment. If they don't have to bear so much financially, they don't have to resort to loan. I've got a personal experience. One time I visited a university, and I walked past the hostel. I walked with the warden. He told me that these hardworking students are from the mainland. I asked him, what about the local students? He said that almost all of them have gone off to do part-time jobs. That 20% of the non-local students are on scholarship, and the universities go to extreme length to make money and offer them scholarship. And this is nothing bad, but this is unfair, because the mainland students do have full subsidy. The scholarship would be enough for them to pay for their academic and living expenses, and they are given hostel places. I'm not saying that this is all bad, but the local students would be denied this privilege. and they have no option but to make money on the side, and this is an irony in itself. Furthermore, for these postgraduate programs, many of them admit mainland students. That's not bad, because we should be liberal about education, but we understand that the mainland students have made it very clear that the Hong Kong postgraduate programs would be the stepping stone. They probably wouldn't be staying in Hong Kong to work. I've got a staff who has a very bad experience. He enrolled in a postgraduate program, and he was told to forget it. Now, he was asked what GPA was, and if it is anything less than 4, then he wouldn't be admitted. Now, who are the targets? Mainlanders mainly. Most of them wouldn't be leaving behind. Now, there is this young chap who wants to study in Hong Kong and make contribution. He was denied the opportunity. Now, this education system has really gone bonkers. In the annual report, the university depicts this as internationalization. It is all a joke. It is mainlandization. It is really making the education system hollow. And this is a system that is bereft of any regulation. And this is very much an anomaly in Hong Kong. A lot of the students from humble background have been denied the subsidized university places, and they're denied a place in university in the postgraduate program. Secretary, please wake up and rectify the problems.
Mr. Kin-yuen, President, Declaration of Interest. I'm a part-time lecturer of Hong Kong U and another university. I'm also on the University Council of Hong Kong U. I'm sure members agree that tertiary education is important to Hong Kong. Many members have already pointed out why. Now, we have to focus on 2 areas. First, research. It's through research that we can identify new knowledge and we can make contribution to society. Secondly, education is equally important because we can pass on our knowledge and experience to the next generation. There is one more area we should focus on. That is, we should set down an example with our tertiary education, because members of the public will look at the models at tertiary education. They look at the presidents and the students of tertiary institutions. In Hong Kong, I think we should recognize the achievement of our tertiary institutions. We do not have a lot of tertiary institutions, but they rank high internationally. For example, in the UK, Hong Kong institutions rank high internationally and in Asia. That's why I think we should recognize the achievement of local institutions. Still, we should not shy away from problems within the system. Rather, we should face up to that. This evening, many members have already talked about problems like the number of places. The supply cannot meet the demands of a knowledge-based economy. The proportion of associate degree holders is no longer 18%. It reaches 23%. This should be good news, but it shows us a big problem. Now, for these sub-degree holders, in any event, they will go back to university. They will go to university. How come they have to study associate degree first and they have to pay higher tuition fees first? And bear with a lower quality in those institutions. How come they have to suffer first? How come they are not granted a ticket to university in the first place? This arrangement asks young people to adapt to different environments in a short period of time. This is unnecessary for them. Hong Kong population is aging. This is a big challenge for us. In the future, our young people have to support more elderly people. But we are not doing much to equip them. That's why we have to address this issue. Secondly, I want to talk about the industrialization of education. By that, I mean associate degree programs. These programs are opened by institutions, and they offer low-cost programs, which are humanities and arts programs. Students have to pay high tuition fees for these programs. Some people say that these students are actually bearing the cost of building new learning buildings, and before they get enrolled in the programs, they have to bear debts. Third problem, disregard the needs of locals. Many members have already spoken on that. I want to focus on two aspects now. First of all, in terms of research area, we do not attach great importance on local studies because the thesis will have to be published in UK, US journals. That's why the research areas focus on other areas rather than local areas. And so we lack studies on local environment. We are lagging behind Taiwan and mainland China in this regard. Another aspect is about postgraduate education. We see mainlandization in this area. I don't think mainland students coming to Hong Kong is a problem. I know many mainlanders would like to come to Hong Kong to our graduate house. The problem is the low percentage of locals in graduate house. We lack internationalization as well. I hope UGC and the administration will seriously consider looking at scholarship to locals and engaging local researchers to be tutors so that they don't have to worry about tuition fees and they can contribute to a knowledge-based economy. Next point, appointment of university principals, university presidents. They should have high social status. They should also be an example, a model, and be able to maintain academic freedom and autonomy, which are important to tertiary education, which are the spirit of tertiary education. Dr. Priscilla Leung, President, Declaration of Interest. I have been teaching law in City University for more than 20 years. There are many non-local students in my faculty. They come to study undergraduate, postgraduate programs. Mainland students, after graduation, they will also stay behind and study postgraduate programs. I would like to make use of my experience and comment on Mr. Kenneth CHAN's motion. First of all, I would like to thank him for moving this motion. At present, colleagues who have experience in the teaching field share some common feelings. I remember when I was a university student, I had much time to exchange views with lecturers, not just on knowledge, but also on life experience. It was a good time. However, when I am a lecturer, in the past 10-15 years, many academics are busy with writing thesis, applying for grant. We say writing thesis is a kind of producing papers. And when students knock on our doors, we are too preoccupied with administrative reports and with application forms, and we do not have time for the students. Anyone who would like to give something to the students who is devoted to teaching are not happy with the current experience. I also reiterated this view to the UGC. Grant to humanities studies and science studies are different. For the science stream, they can simply write a thesis on a formula, so they can produce a lot of theses. However, for a law student, for a humanities students, you have to spend much time on idea brewing, and you have to look up on information on the internet. That's why I think there should be different criteria for these students in applying for grant. I hope the current UGC president really understands the situation. Next, local academics think they are not valued. Now, if your thesis do not cover mainland issues on the mainland or in the international community, then your studies is not valued. But I think we have good local research here. Now, for public policy, for law reform, shouldn't we come up with studies that meet the needs of Hong Kong people? For renewal of contract of staff, all these criteria I mentioned are not considered. People look at the ranking of universities only. But I think because of that, universities do not attach importance to quality and morality of our students. Next, I want to comment on Mr. Gary Fan's motion. I agree with several of his points. Now, many colleagues think that mainland students come to Hong Kong and they compete with local students on many areas. It's like pitching the two groups of students against each other. I don't think we should do that. In fact, many mainland students are brilliant ones. They have to put in much effort in keeping up with locals in English proficiency. So we should be open-minded when we look at them. If people think that they affect the chances of our local students, then I think it's up to the secretary to look at it. I think mainland students are outstanding ones. They come here on scholarship, and some of them come here with their own savings. Sometimes they even ask me if they can apply for scholarship like local students. So we should appreciate their situation. We should not pitch two groups of students against each other. Now, I agree with point 15 of Mr. Fan. I talked about this a long time ago. Complaints on teachers, by teachers, have been with us for a long time, and I think they should resort to arbitration. Because otherwise, if you take it to court, take it to LASHCO, it will be a loss for all parties involved. I think the intellectuals, the academics, they are easygoing. So if we can persuade them to resort to arbitration, then costs will be minimized and they don't have to expose others' flaws in front of public eye. Anyone else would like to speak?
Mr. Charles Mock. Mr. President, many of the amendments mention mainland students in our postgraduate programs. We already have inadequate university places, so those remarks are understandable. When I was studying overseas in the graduate school, I was actually in a state university subsidized by the government rather than a private university. So ranking is important. I think many of our students overseas have witnessed that. Of course, USA is a bigger country, which is different from what we are. Of course, land resources or inadequate land sites will be a problem. Still, we have to admit that that's a problem. According to the statistics from the UGC for 2012-13, for subsidized places, including full-time places, part-time places, overseas students 15%, of which 12% are mainlanders. That is, 12 out of 15% are from the mainland, over 10,000 of them. From other jurisdictions, about 3% only. So is this internationalization or for the mainland? For overseas students, they only take up 3.5% of the total. Don't trust this figure. The higher the ranking, the more overseas students. For the university in which I studied, they have 21.8% of overseas students. Let's set aside the private universities. For UC Berkeley, over 20% of the students are overseas students. For the US, only 20% are from China, the highest. 14.4% from India. For Hong Kong, for subsidized places, 80% are from the mainland. Obviously, this is not the internationalization that we're thinking about. The ranking of Hong Kong's university is very high, higher than many mainland universities. So our universities are attractive to mainland students. To come to Hong Kong is easier than to go overseas. So why should we publicize our universities on the mainland instead of in other jurisdictions? If our universities want to become internationalized, that's their responsibility to do publicity. Have mainland students snatched university places from local students? I believe so. But as a result, local students got more incentives to study. One thing is rather tragic. For local students, unless credits are given, You always find mainland students in our lecture halls rather than local students, and they always take up the front rows. Mr. Chan Chi-chuen's amendment suggests that priority should be given to local students. But for undergrad programs, I understand that we do not have sufficient local students. When I talk to undergrad students, the majority of local students said that they would not like to enter postgraduate programs. The topmost task is to maintain academic standard. Well, as many people do, I also criticize this so-called ranking culture. At the same time, I don't want us to exclude outsiders. Hong Kong deserves better than that. That's what I want to say. I don't know how to put that in Chinese. As regards progress in setting up private universities, in November last year, I moved an amendment to make use of the Queen's Hill site to set up non-profit making private universities. Many colleagues abstained and my amendment was not passed. There were then rumors that Siu-ping would like to take that site for property development. Many colleagues didn't know what the CE wanted to do, so they abstained. Now this has been dragged on for more than half a year. Our students are waiting for places, and those organizations which would like to establish non-profit making universities are also waiting for this Queen's Hill site. I hope that it can be allocated to tertiary education as soon as possible and not for anything else. Today's news is that half of the site might go back to the government. So for private universities who would like to increase their places, their dream may be shattered. I'd like to say something about the concerns of the IT industry in terms of education. In recent times, it said that we lack IT human resources, wages are rising and rising. We do not have sufficient local students studying IT. For ITC students, they dropped by more than 50%, and tertiary institutions may have less incentive to run such programs. For the first year students, they don't need to choose subjects. Thus, the academic staff teaching IT are perplexed. They don't know what to do. While suiting market needs, I believe we need to nurture the interest of our students in IT. We should encourage them to get enrolled in IT subjects. In recent times, we become more concerned about cyber security. So I think you understand the importance of this subject. Does any other member wish to speak? Mr. Kwok-hung? Mr. President, Mr. Charles Mark said that he didn't know how to put that in Chinese. It shouldn't be so. The autumn festival is coming. When I was a child, I had this song, "The rich eat mooncakes, not the poor." Yes, we should not exclude overseas students. We should not exclude mainland students. But now our universities enroll mainland students in order to get money. Yes, some mainland students walk down from the hilly areas in order to get to school. Every day, the mother prepared salted turnip for that student who got enrolled in Peking University. So we're not actually welcoming mainland students, but the money from mainland students. They're paying higher tuition fees. But this is not unique to Hong Kong. That happened also in the UK. they charge overseas students more. For Hong Kong's universities, should we allow them to do the same? It's unreasonable for our students to have to go farther in order to receive tertiary education. Should our students all go to the mainland for tertiary education? The problem is that our education is commercialized. The government is unwilling to get more committed. The government is unwilling to make it a right for our students to receive university education. So that is a huge problem, and that is the crux of the matter. All right, the rich eat mooncakes, the poor eat taro. For the rich students, they don't want to receive university education in Hong Kong. Some of them even go overseas during the secondary stage. So this is a real reflection of the scenario of the rich eat mooncakes, the poor eat taro. And by university education, we'll be able to differentiate the rich and the poor. Only 19% of secondary students of appropriate age can receive tertiary education. That ratio is really too low. We've got so much money, but we do nothing. Mr. Tong modeled on Singapore. They got 60%, so we should also have 60%. Fake notes were used. Mr. Tong Chi-wai was also using sophistry. Now, you find commercial education institutions everywhere. They're everywhere. In Kowloon Bay, Hong Kong, you got another town center for commercialized programs. There's nothing worse than that. Will customers give money to the operator to operate a shop? No, but the students are giving money to universities to offer programs. Poor students cannot receive formal tertiary education. Rather, they're being exploited. What does this mean? Because education is commercialized. Our government is so wealthy that it is issuing I-bonds. Investors have nowhere to invest. We spent a great deal of money on XRL in order to get connected with the railway networks on the mainland. If the U.S. withdraws the QE measures, what will happen? I live in East Kowloon. They say that they want to create another Admiralty area to receive mainland investment. The cruise terminal is also to do business. Mr. Anthony Leung started all these. That is to commercialize education. Education is not expenditure, he said, is investment. By investment, you mean you have to get returns. That's why you commercialize education. Mr. Ng, what are you going to say? Do you agree that education should be commercialized? Given our money and strengths, do we need to do so? If we are to materialize Mr. Tong's wishes, that is to get 60% of our students receive tertiary education, do we need to make such a big detour? Do you agree with Mr. Anthony Leung? Mr. Edding, 15 years of free education, well, tertiary education is at the tip of the pyramid. And what about basic education? You mentioned basic education, but that's not in order. During the budget debate, I asked you to get more money for education. We don't have sufficient qualified teachers. education is the best method to effect upward mobility on the social ladder. Knowledge is power. If knowledge is power, why can't poor people have access to power and strength? Then how can they improve their livelihood? So education is a product of class. Who should foot the bill? Of course, the government should foot the bill. If the government is not to give money to education, what should we do?
Does any other member wish to speak? Mr. Porche? Chairman, I'm sitting on the Council of Hong Kong U. This is something I have to declare. Now, why is it that there are so many university graduates driving taxis? If I may throw some statistics at you, in 1970s in the U.S., of 100 taxi drivers, one is a university graduate. Today is 15 or 15% firemen. 1970s, 2%, 2 in 100 graduates, and now it is 15%. President, Hong Kong is an affluent society. I think we are getting closer and closer to the U.S. in this regard. There are more and more university graduates that are being churned out by universities. Many colleagues looked at the issue from different perspectives. If I may look at it from a more pragmatic perspective, other than quantity and quality, have we reviewed the direction that we're headed? Have we gone down the wrong path? Now, we talked a lot about the associate degree holders, a lot of the resentful young people who are roaming the street. I think the best direction for today is on the job training. President Mr. Raymond Wong talked about Chi-chuen pay, the president of Peking University. He's an erudite person. Hong Kong is a small place with a small population. We don't have that many opportunities. We have to maintain our competitiveness in Hong Kong and in the international community. We have to make ourselves relevant, and we have to review the kind of students that we churn out. Of course, there should be some who are good at philosophy and humanities subjects, but at the same time, we should produce more talents to underpin the economic development and economic progress. I mean, this is an undeniable fact that is beyond dispute. We've heard some stories a couple of years ago. There were many factories in the mainland of China that produced many shoes, regardless of the market demand, and they stuck with a lot of surplus shoes. And then they produced an awful lot of brakes in southern China. There were so many brake factories, but because of the mismatch in the market, they were stuck with loads of brakes. Talents are more like commodities. If you produce too many talents that are not needed, then it would be a waste. If you look at the statistics, Cafe de Caro, with the minimum wage, they still have a 14% increase in profit. Chi-wai, 25%. These are good enterprises in Hong Kong. Maybe many students wouldn't be dreaming of working in these corporations. If you look at the other piece of news, Cheung Kong Holdings, it was said yesterday that they've invested in a Dutch company which takes up 24% of the market shares. They've invested in 900 million euro, and that's the company that invests in renewable energy. I mean, that is a move after they have acquired another factory in New Zealand. I mean, this may sound irrelevant, but I'm suggesting that there should be a new line of business that we can venture into. Like Mr. Charles Mok said, these renewable energy factories, there is such a surfeit, such a dearth, and they're running out of refuse, and they have to import refuse from elsewhere. Perhaps we can have a word with all these factories, and we can cut a deal with them. As long as we look ahead, as long as we cast our sight further afield, instead of churning out the statistics about the number of students that we produce, it would be a good idea. I think we should wisely select the path ahead, or perhaps we should take a leaf out of the book of other jurisdictions. We should learn from these ambitious people. Snowden, Mr. Edward Snowden, he didn't quite finish secondary education, and he has really achieved quite a lot. Bill Gates is another example. He didn't finish university during the IT era. There were a lot of achievers that didn't have a degree. For those who are ambitious enough, they can achieve a great deal even without any degree places. Now, Chinese people pin very high hope on their kids, and they like their kids to grow up to be quite somebody. And in some cases, we don't need a degree to be a high achiever, because not everyone is suited to become a scholar or an academic. Now, this is simple wisdom, but many people in Hong Kong have forgotten about this basic wisdom. They are scrambling for a degree. If you head down the wrong path, then we're devoting the resources in the wrong area. And this will not help Hong Kong. This will not help the students at all. It would create more resentment. It would bring more people onto the street in protest. And we're going to produce the poor scholars, the poor intellectuals. I hope that we will have a look at the situation. Does any other member wish to speak?
陳家樂議員現在可以就
Mr. Kenneth CHAN, you can speak for 5 minutes on the amendments. President, I'm grateful to 24 members who have spoken on the quantity and the quality of tertiary education. I think the members of the public can decide for themselves the quality and the quality of this debate today. I think together we have highlighted or put together a whole series of benchmarks. Some are concerned about local education, humanities education, and whole life education, and also the concerns about the vocational education. I'm sure that all these indicators would drive the administration to take on board a wide variety of views. If I talk about the spirit of education, I can talk about the lofty morals of the academics, being fearless of the administration. Please speak on the amendments, Mr. Chan. I'm sure that at the education panel there will be further opportunities. Very quickly, Mr. President, we're going to see another batch of secondary graduates. And Mrs. Helena Wong expressed concerns over the interests of the students, and the university should be inclusive. Mr. Raymond Chan talked about handing over the baton to the younger generation. I'm going to be retiring in 15 years' time. I hope that there would be more scholars who will be dedicated to their job. Mr. Fernando Cheung shared with us his experience and the difficulties that he faced, and also the culture in university governance, the autonomy, and also the impacts on the research endeavors and so on. I hope that members with similar views will support the idea of an independent mechanism. Ms. Starry Lee and Mr. Michael Tin object to this idea. When Mr. Fernando Cheung made his suggestion, they were not there. Ms. Starry Lee said that it would be difficult for someone to judge on all these mundane issues. As a member on the councils of the university, I hope that you would hide behind this adage of the judge not being able to judge the mundane affairs. It would not be good enough. Mr. Michael Tin suggested that the autonomy, there may be challenges to the autonomy of the universities. Now, this independent mechanism would, if anything, strengthen the transparency of the universities. There would be greater accountability. We can guard against abuse of power and arbitrary decision that would be flying in the face of the spirit and the ideals of university education. I hope that Ms. Starry Lee and Mr. Michael Tin would rethink their position and come around and support all these suggestions. President Mr. Kwok-hung moves some amendments which I support, in particular vocational education. I must emphasize that there is so much I will learn. I can learn from him. But in item 8, there is a point about reviewing the enrollment system. He said that we should offer students from different backgrounds to have an opportunity. Mr. Kwok didn't quite have enough time to elaborate his views. So I'm afraid I can only abstain on this amendment. President, while this motion is carried today, I'd like to urge members to support an education system that has quality and quantity, and an education system that embraces freedom.
Secretary for Education. President, once again, I would like to thank Dr. Kenneth CHAN for moving this motion and the views put forward by other members. At the beginning, I gave an introduction to the policy objectives of our tertiary education development. I'm going to give a consolidated reply to points made. Multiple pathways. At present, we have been able to increase the first-year first-degree places to 15,000 every year, and we gradually raised the funded senior year places to 8,000 per year. It's a substantial increase compared to 5% in 85-86 to 18% in 95-96 and 22% in 05-06. This is the result of our consolidated effort. And we have to utilize and capture on our achievements. Our policy is very clear. Before 2015, we should enable 70% of our youth to have access to tertiary education. This is to make sure we have elites for our future development. Just now, members talk about the quality of self-funded tertiary education. The administration attach equal importance to quality and quantity. We have a stringent quality assurance mechanism and monitoring system. To further strengthen the mechanism, we will gradually put in place the following measures. First, we have set up the Joint Quality Review Committee, JQRC, to promote good practice amongst the assurance institutions to enhance consistency and transparency and to enhance accountability. because we think quality programs are important to students and society as a whole. Next, for sub-degree departments in community colleges under UGC-funded universities, they will be subject to external certification and review. We are proactively discussing with funded institutions to set up a working group to implement the work set. Members already discussed on this. Thirdly, the administration has already set up a committee on self-financing post-secondary education. We held 4 meetings in the past year. The committee set up a platform for the institutions to discuss macro and strategic issues so that they can formulate and promote good practice amongst themselves and put forward opinions for sharing. The Hong Kong CAAVQ is an important gatekeeper in maintaining and monitoring the quality of self-financing institution programs. Members are concerned about the complaint mechanism for teaching staff. I would like to take this opportunity to make comments on management of institutions. In 2010, the UGC already formulated guidelines in that regard, and all the institutions agreed to adopt the 4 recommendations of UGC. Firstly, there should be mediator for the complaints, and there should be a time limit for handling complaints. There should be guidelines on how to handle complaints, and there should be external experts introduced to see how the complaints are handled. The UGC will follow up on the progress. That's why we think at present there is no need to introduce or set up an independent body to handle staff complaints. As for the appointment of teaching staff and university presidents, these are matters for universities, and these are internal matters for them. We respect their autonomy in this regard. The institutions operate in accordance with established guidelines, and in selecting the appropriate person to be the president, the administration and the UGC cannot interfere. Some members asked to set up restrictions in the appointment, in admission. Now, in admission of students, we should look at their merits, and these are not related to their family background. Outstanding students are from internationalized background. No matter where they're from, they have studied in different universities around the world before they come to teach in Hong Kong. I'm talking about the teaching staff, and they are important and crucial in upgrading our academic quality. Since 2003, we have already removed the restrictions on UGC in hiring academics for universities, so institutions can make their own choices and decisions free from government intervention. Just now, I talked about internationalization and admission of non-local students. Many members commented on internationalization of local institutions and the admission policies. Hong Kong is an international city. That's why we have to acquire talents from around the world, and we have to attract people from different cultural backgrounds. Internationalization of local universities is an important, a major method that we can do that. in attracting overseas students, we can benefit in our research. And we do not disregard the needs of local students. For associate degree programs, bachelor programs, there is a cap for non-local students set at 20% of target number of the students. 16% of these students should come under non-funded places and 4% from funded places. And so the impact of non-local students on chances of local students in getting into universities are very low. In 2012-13, non-local students enrolling in funded places amount to 10%, for local students 25%. So the successful rate of these local students getting a place is much higher. At present, we have over 6,000 students studying in graduate house, where there are 7,000 places for them. There is still room to admit more students. I've met with students in this regard, and some members pointed out that when it comes to graduate house, students would like to acquire international experience. And so when students enroll in postgraduate courses, they will look ahead and see what chances they have locally and overseas. As said, we have to ensure, our policy is to ensure that students will not be denied access to tertiary education because of lack of means. That's why we continue to review financial subsidies to students. In the past, 37% of students got full subsidy. Now it rose to 42%. Interest rate for means-tested schemes was brought down from 5% to 1%, and the repayment period lengthened to 15 years from 5 years. With this improvement, every month a student only have to pay for $200. That's much less than the $652 previously. Next, I want to talk about vocational education, which we enjoy much achievements. We provide training as well as education. In terms of, we also link our programs with students' career path and professional qualifications. We also make sure that there is a system in place to recognize their qualification. Under the leadership of VTC, we have made much achievements in this area, and many overseas jurisdictions make reference with our achievements. Students get level 7 qualification, and for degree holders, the level is 5. It shows the efforts of these students are recognized. all-round education is part of vocational training and education. We don't want to provide vocational training alone. We want to provide training to them, all-round training to them. The 283 VTC students learn to serve and serve to learn in the Singapore trip. Vocational training and education is recognized locally and overseas. Chinese Cuisine Institute has attracted much concern from other countries. I have 2 points to make. First, the English proficiency of tertiary education students. We should not be complacent with the band score of 6 in IELTS. This is not good enough. So I hope members will support the injection of $5 billion into language fund to improve our students' language proficiency. In the next 3 years, UGC gave an extra funding of $30 million to institutions. For further development. Development of humanities and social science is important. We want to promote the diversified development of knowledge. In allocating grant for research studies, there is an extra funding of $20 million to arts and social science researchers under ROGC. We also set up outstanding scholars schemes for outstanding scholars in arts, humanities, and social sciences. Once again, I want to thank members for their views. We will continue to enhance our development in tertiary education to cultivate talents for Hong Kong and to give a chance to our young people to make use of to utilize their qualities. Thank you.
Mr. Gary Fan, please move your amendment. President, I move that Dr. Kenneth CHAN's motion be amended. I now propose the question to you, and that is that the amendment moved by Mr. Gary Fan to Mr. Kenneth CHAN's motion be passed. I now put the question to you as stated. With those in favour, please raise their hands. Those against? Dr. Wai-kwok claims the division. The bill will go for 5 minutes.
開始表決。
Voting begins.
請各位核
Please check your votes. If there are no questions, voting now ends. I display the results. FC, 22 present, 4 for, 12 against, 6 abstentions. GC, 22 present, 13 for, 4 against, 4 abstentions. The question is not agreed by a majority of each of the two groups of members who are present. I declare the amendment negative. Mr. Andrew Leung. President, I move that in the event of further divisions being claimed in respect of the debate enhancing the quality and quantity of tertiary education, the division will take place after the bell has been rung for 1 minute. Does any member wish to speak? I now propose the question to you. With those in favour, please raise their hands. Those against, I think the question is agreed by a majority of each of the two groups of members who are present. I declare the motion passed. I order that in the event of further divisions being claimed on the motion enhancing the quality and quantity of tertiary education, the division will proceed after the bell has been rung for 1 minute. Ms. Starry Lee. President, I move that Dr. Kenneth CHAN's motion be amended. I now propose the question to you, and that is that the amendment moved by Ms. Starry Lee to Dr. Kenneth CHAN's motion be passed. I now put the question to you as stated. With those in favour, please raise their hands. Those against, I think the question, Mr. Raymond Chan claims the division. The bell will go for 1 minute. Voting begins. Please check your votes. If there are no questions, voting ends. Here are the results. FC 22 present, 18 for, 3 against, 1 abstention. GC 22 present, 9 for, 12 against, no abstention. The question is not agreed by a majority of each of the two groups of members who are present. I declare the amendment negatived. Mr. Wai-keung, President, I move that Dr. Kenneth CHAN's motion be amended. I now propose the question to you, and that is that the amendment moved by Mr. Wai-keung to Mr. Kenneth CHAN's motion be passed. I now put the question to you as stated. With those in favour, please raise their hands. Those against, Ms. Helena Wong claims the division. The bell will go for 1 minute. Voting begins. Please check your votes. If there are no questions, voting now ends. I display the results. FC 22 present, 8 for, 9 against, 5 abstentions. GC 22 present, 2 for, 7 against, 12 abstentions. The question is not agreed by a majority of each of the two groups of members who are present. The amendment is negatived. Mr. Michael Tin. President, I understand that I won't stand a good chance of success, but I'd like to move an amendment to Mr. Chan's motion. And I propose the question to you, and that is the amendment moved by Mr. Michael Tin to Mr. Kenneth CHAN's motion be passed. Will those in favour please raise their hands? Those against? Ms. Helena Wong claims the division. The bell will ring for 1 minute. Voting begins. Please check your votes. If there are no questions, our voting now ends. Here are the results. FC 22 present, 13 for, 4 against, 5 abstentions. GC 22 present, 7 for, 14 against, no abstention. The question is not agreed by a majority of each of the two groups of members who are present. I declare the amendment negatived. Ms. Helena Wong. President, I move that Dr. Kenneth CHAN's motion be amended. I now propose the question to you, and that is that the amendment moved by Ms. Helena Wong to Mr. Kenneth CHAN's motion be passed. Will those in favour please raise their hands? Those against? I think Mr. Kwok-hung claims the division. The bell will ring for 1 minute. Voting begins. Please check your votes. If there are no questions, and voting ends. Here are the results. FC 22 present, 5 for, 12 against, 5 abstentions. GC 22 present, 13 for, 5 against, 3 abstentions. The question is not agreed by a majority of each of the two groups of members who are present. I declare the amendment negatived. Mr. Raymond Chan. President, I move that Dr. Kenneth CHAN's motion be amended. I now propose the question to you, and that is that the amendment moved by Mr. Raymond Chan to Dr. Kenneth CHAN's motion be passed. I now put the question to you as stated. With those in favour, please raise their hands. Those against? Dr. Wai-kwok claims the division. The bell will ring for 1 minute.
開始表決。
Voting begins. Please check your votes. If there are no questions, voting now ends. I display the results. FC 22 present, 8 for, 9 against, 5 abstentions. GC 22 present, 15 for, 5 against, 1 abstention. The question is not agreed by a majority of each of the two groups of members who are present. I declare the amendment negative. Mr. Fernando Zhang. President, I move that Dr. Kenneth CHAN's motion be amended. I now propose the question to you, and that is that the amendment moved by Mr. Fernando Zhang to Mr. Kenneth CHAN's motion be passed. Will those in favour please raise their hands? Those against? Mr. Tommy Zhang claims the division. The bell will ring for 1 minute. Voting begins. Please check your votes. If there are no questions, voting now ends. Here are the results. FC 22 present, 4 for, 17 against, 1 abstention. GC 22 present, 13 for, 8 against, no abstention. The question is not agreed by a majority of each of two groups of members who are present. I declare the amendment negatived. Dr. Kenneth CHAN has used up all his speaking time. He cannot speak in response. I now put a question to you, and that is that the motion moved by Dr. Kenneth CHAN be passed. With those in favour, please raise their hands. Those against? Dr. Wai-kwok claims the division. The bell will ring for 1 minute. Please proceed to vote. Please check your votes. If there are no questions, voting now ends. Results are displayed. FC 22 present, 8 for, 9 against, 5 abstentions. GC 22 present, 14 for, 4 against, 3 abstentions. The question is not agreed by a majority of the two groups of members who are present. I declared the motion negatived and now adjourn the Council until 11 a.m. on Wednesday, July the 3rd, 2013.